How's it going? Of course, being a father means that if you're going to do something, your child will be perfectly silent, make no noise whatsoever, up until the moment that you decide to click the go live button, at which point it is no longer 2 o'clock, it is now scream o'clock, and he must be held, or all hell will break loose. So we'll see if he settles down, but even if he doesn't, I might be slow to type things, but we'll definitely be game on here. So hello everyone, and if you can see stuff, let me know, and we'll get going. And what we're going to be doing today is just sort of celebrating the end of the Kickstarter. I don't have the Kickstarter. So Kickstarter to show on screen here. I might need to make it slightly smaller so it fits in this sort of mini window that I have here. But I am excited to be able to put this in here and think, yeah, there you go, ish. We're doing good. I was hoping we might be able to meet our goal. I was hoping that all things would work out well. And they seem to have. So I'm gonna go start putting my advertisements up and things and stuff to see if I can let people know that this stream is a happening. Ideally, I could do this very quickly if I had hands, but having hands is not something I am allowed to have for the moment. So that will have to wait. In this process of me linking these things in a bunch of different Discords and in Facebook and all that sort of stuff will just be a little slow. So apologies. But see if anyone's there by the time I make it back. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Hold up. Do I want to send this out to a bajillion people? Yes, I want to send this out to all peoples. All right. Let us go and see. Hello, Mr. Vincent. Thank you. I appreciate the pledge. Peter, thank you very much for the grats on the campaign. Yeah, I feel blessed to know that some portion of the people have the kind of passion that I have for this project. I can share that with it, and I think it's one of these things that's making me feel really good about the decision to sink an extra $20,000 or so into this idea to try to bring it fully to life for next year. Hello, the name guy. Good afternoon to you as well. For any people that it is not afternoon for, I am specifically not talking to you. You can leave. No. Yeah. And Vincent, I look forward to playing with you. If you end up being able to have the family come and play along, that would be awesome. That would be a whole hell of a lot of fun. I don't know if that's going to end up being the way everything plays out. But I like running for groups that have their own sort of internal consistency. I know there's a lot of DMs that they don't like running for a group that already has an established dynamic. It can be a little intimidating coming into a group that has an established dynamic. I've never felt that way. I've always felt like every group that I've run for, where it's been like a family group or something like that, has had a dynamic I can really enjoy and lean on. And the only time that I've ever had that be a problem, and it has happened once, it was because of a problem player, and I think they would have been a problem player regardless of what else was going on. I did not appreciate the way one of the players spoke to and about their significant other. And it was sort of like an awkwardness and a negativity that just doesn't belong at my tables. You know, and no amount of, you know, we're just kidding, it's just our dynamic, or, you know, whatever. No amount of sort of hand waving can kind of shake the ick for me. If there are sort of, you know, control-y vibes that I get in a couple. Yeah, I feel very blessed that I am able to run for so many different people that I never really have to make strong compromises for, oh, you know, I have these problems with my group, but they're my friends, it's the only group I can play with, you know, that idea, that maxim of bad D&D is worse than no D&D. It's an easy maxim to keep when you've got lots of people who want to play games with you. And it's a really hard maxim to keep if you've been struggling to find a group, and you finally find a group, and yeah, there's a bunch of red flags, but you get to play the game. I totally understand that. Hello. Hey, Node. Yes, complete chaos is an established dynamic. And it can be very fun. I had that when, you know, I played World of Warcraft for quite a long time. And when I did play WoW, I dealt with a lot of couples that would play together, or, you know, father-son or father-daughter duos or whatever. Some people that became really good friends of mine. Yeah, well, stop spitting it out, you goober. Played as a husband and wife duo. I'll move this camera up a little bit, hopefully. Oh no! My room is exposed. I don't know if you can still see me, but we'll see. My son is going to make this a challenge for me, right? I've rolled poorly on my disposition for tiny human for the start of the stream. But what I was saying was, like, I played World of Warcraft with a family that was not my family for many, many years. And it was a husband and wife duo and their kids that played all together. And, you know, after many years of playing together, the son of the couple that I had met online ended up being people that I played with in D&D, and he still plays in my ongoing campaign, in my 4th edition campaign. So for people like Node and others that have been part of the campaign before, they will be used to me saying this, but if you're new here, you're new to me, I will say this. If you're like, man, why the baby? The answer is always, I gotta be dad first. You know, I'm dad first, and I'm dungeon master, you know, a distant second or third. So you are grappled. Yes. Well, if he would hold on, this would be even easier. If he really never calms down, I might have to go find. There's a little carrier I can take. But yeah, if people have things that they do want to talk about, I'm gonna hide this. I had some ideas of things I wanted to talk about today. So for those of you guys that are joining in, you know, we're gonna be talking about the campaign a little bit, talking about West March's stuff. It always sneaks in no matter what I'm doing. But we're also gonna be talking a little bit more specifically about kind of like how I run stuff, how you can get into the games that I am going to be running, right? So, you know, there's a sign-up thing. We're trying to run a lot of quick start games, but one of the things that is sort of a sleeper discussion topic that I've never really, I mean, I've thought about it a little bit, but I've never thought about it in depth, is over on the Mystic Arts Discord. Dottie does the Mystic Arts. He's an Icelandic DM and content creator. He's excellent. We were talking all this morning, quite fervently is not quite the right word, but we were talking with passion. We were talking with purpose about what prep means, how it actually like lines up with stuff, right? So what one person might consider prep, another person doesn't consider prep. And I've never really examined that with sort of a narrow lens. I've never focused on that idea of what does it mean when I'm prepping. And I'm finding that potentially I have a very broad definition of what it means to prep. So this is a question for you guys in chat to kind of get started off here is, what do you consider to be prep for a game? If someone says to you, oh, I run a no prep game, or I run a low prep game, or I run a high prep game, what do you think that they mean when they say that? Because I think, personally, and I'm not gonna poison the pond too much with my opinions here, because I do want to hear what people have to say. But I think that everybody draws a line very differently, and it makes it hard to have that conversation, because if I say I'm a low prep DM, and then I explain my prep to someone, they might say, no, how I define prep, that is a very high prep DM. So I'm curious what you guys think. What do you consider to be prep? Do you consider, only the stuff that you're doing for the next session to be prep? Is world building prep? If you design a cool encounter, but maybe that encounter isn't going to be happening next session, is that prep? When you build a random encounter table, is that prep? When you're taking a shower, you've got a cool idea for a puzzle, is that prep? Is it only prep if you get out of the shower and you go write it down? I don't know. Like I said, I have my opinions, but I'm curious to hear other people's opinions of this, because I genuinely think that it is a much better conversation than I thought it was going to be when we were initially having this conversation. And it was funny to kind of talk back and forth with some people and find out that, while that is sort of true with a lot of things in this hobby, what I meant when I said prep versus what somebody else meant when they said prep was different enough that it was hard to have the conversation. It was hard to be able to talk about. And that was another thing, was what we were talking about earlier today on Moss and Stone's channel, the perennial question, what is the OSR, right? It means something different to everybody, so everybody's going to have different definitions. So Node says, to me, low prep, at least in person, means I have an idea for things in my head, but I put the map and encounter together at the table. Interesting. So when you do something like that, do you go and find like monster stat blocks ahead of time? And if so, is that prep? Do you find a random encounter table, and is that prep? When you have that idea in your head, if you go and you go on a Wikipedia dive for that idea to kind of flesh it out before you get to the table, if you do that, is that prep? I don't know. Josh asks, do I mean as a player or as a DM? Typically speaking, I mean as a DM, but if you prep as a player, cool. For some people who don't know, Josh is in my 4th edition game, the game I was actually talking about a minute ago when I said one of the players in that game is the son of a family of people that I met from playing World of Warcraft. He plays the battle mind in that group, the son, and Josh plays a warlock. And looking at some of the stuff that Josh and his partner Taryn have made for the game, these incredible notes and this very detailed diagram of the world and the planes and stuff, that, to me, that's a lot of prep work for a player, being able to put stuff in there. Note says, typically, it also involves a lot of improv stuff. Yeah, how you set up your improv stuff. Hey, Jay, nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, we're talking about what does it mean to prep things? What does it mean to you? What do you consider to be prep? That's sort of the things going through. Corinne says, for prep, having concepts ready, getting stats ready, general guidelines for the next session. I prefer high prep and knowing as much as I can and having answers because it's easier for me to mind blank. Ooh, yeah. So if you can kind of get to the state where you feel like you can autopilot, that's a good thing. And I agree. I think that's the perfect, for when you say mind blank, I think of autopilot. And I think that's interesting because for me, if I feel like I know what's going on and I know the perspective of the characters, I feel like I can autopilot. And if I feel like I have prepped too much, right? If I have put too many details, if I put too many reminders or notes or things to myself, I feel like it's much harder for me to autopilot, because if I know I've written a bunch of stuff in advance, I'm gonna wanna, at the table, reference those things, right? So it's harder for me to autopilot because I have this thing in my head that says, oh, I need to remember this and this of what's being said. And for me, that's a little bit, that's sort of anti-prep in a way. So Note says, when I ran like that in 5e, and others I've seen run like that in 5e, I literally just looked up what monsters were in the right level and the range of the table. Sometimes I did that ahead of time. I was never able to do that kind of low prep in 4e. Interesting. I always drew maps out and built encounters ahead of time. Yeah, so for me, D&D 4e is something that's very different, because I in-person play, and for people who've played with me in person, they can attest to this, and because I don't use a DM screen, generally speaking, no matter what I'm running. But I'm very, very just build it as we go. Not plotline wise, but like all the mechanics we build as we go, and I use things that make sense in person. I don't look up a lot of monsters. I don't look up a lot of stat blocks. I have a sheet that tells me what the numbers should be, and then I just sort of apply creativity to numbers, and that's how we get monsters. However, when I run online, I run in Roll20, and I like the ability to be able to click a button and have it do all the math for me, and have it spit out something that says, the Death Giant, attacks you with the sword 44 versus armor class, and if it hits, it's 22 points of necrotic damage, and you are weakened, save ends. The ability to pop that onto the screen and not have to type it, where it is something I would just say at a table, I feel is a benefit for online play, because it's easy to reference, it's easy to, the player doesn't have to say, oh, what AC did you say hit? It's on the screen, right? Or, oh, did you say it was, weakened until the next turn, or whatever, and you have a log, you can scroll up. So that alleviates some of my discomfort for running online, because I will always prefer to run online, always prefer to run in person than online. And so having something that's like, oh, here's a benefit that I can point to for online play, it kind of makes me feel better about having to run online. And I felt like 4E, especially in person, it's just so easy to run with no prep, or what I consider to be no prep. Jay says, for me, prep is whatever isn't world building in nature, or isn't pure world building in nature. So stuff that's focused on delivering specific sessions to the players, mechanical stuff like stat blocks, homebrew, dungeon design. Interesting. Yeah, see, for me, that line is very difficult for me to draw. And so I think that's part of my problem, or part of the reason that I would have a difficult time defining things the same way that Jay does, is he says anything that's pure world building in nature is not prep. Anything that I'm planning on having a specific impact on the table is prep. And if that's the definition, I am a little to no prep person, but I don't think a lot of people would look at what my notes say and say that I'm low prep. And that's because, for me, I don't tend to have a lot of things in my games that are designed to have a specific impact on the players, right? I have this is what makes sense in the world, this is why these things connect together. These are sort of the resources and motivations and stuff that's happening, but for not the action of the players, right? There is sort of a story arc, but it's going to happen however it's going to happen, right? If the players do nothing with what's going on here, it's going to play out, and it's going to be my own little short story that I wrote on the side, which I never have to show to the players, right? There's a thing where people will say, well, if you're a dungeon master and you want to control all the things, just write a story. And I think a lot of people mean that as like an insult, or like to put people down, and I don't. I say, yeah, there are those things that I write off to the side that are just for me. And that's fine. I don't need to have the players in that. And it is really fun for me to have written that little short story off to the side, and for the players to come in and throw a wrench in it. And then, then that question becomes, all right, if now it's in front of the players, was that short story prep? Or was it pure world building? I don't know. I don't have an answer. Jay says again, whatever I would not be doing in my world if I was just world building project and not an RPG campaign. Yeah, Jay, I don't really have that line for me, except for maybe some stat blocks and stuff. But even then, like that's sort of translation, right? So I guess that's the question: is prep translating world building into mechanics? That might be an okay definition that I could get behind. Prep is translating story into game. I can sort of see that. Note says, in my defense, 4E was where I learned both how to play TTRPGs and how to DM simultaneously. Yeah, that'd be hard. So I wasn't quite ready to even think about a sheet of, here's the math, let alone use it properly. That is fair. One of the things about games like 4th edition and games like Pathfinder 2nd edition and to a certain extent Pathfinder 1st edition and 3.5 is that you can really enjoy mastery, right? You can go in and there is this like separate mini game in those games and in those systems of building a character with this set of feats, with these set of attributes, that if you get it to this level and put these pieces together, you can sort of Rube Goldberg a machine that lets you do all this cool stuff. And that is really fun for some people. For other people, they don't care at all. So I think that's there, but that's also true for behind the screen. Especially in D&D 4e and Pathfinder 2nd edition, because the stuff that is built for us to use has a set of math that is quite transparent on what it's doing. There is a level of mastery that is attainable in, say, 4th edition or Pathfinder 2nd edition that is much more difficult to obtain in something like D&D 5e, because you can look and say, oh, I can see the engine that they built all this stuff on, and now that I have enough familiarity, now that I have enough mastery of using the presets of this machine, I can put my own things into the machine. I can build my own stuff, and I can use the machine to do something by itself. There's a couple of YouTube channels that are all built around the idea of looking at the 5e and the 5.5e monster manual and being like, well, the CR rules say this, the math says it's supposed to be this, but the actual answer is here, right? We can't reverse engineer the gold dragon given the rules that you've given us. And so it's much harder to use that machine as they are using it in the same way as the developers. So I think that's interesting, and I think it's one of the things of 4th edition is you can really develop that mastery and be like, hey, I don't need the skins on everything. I just need what's under the hood, and then I can skin it myself. Corinne says, maybe it's all about proactive versus reactive prep. See, that's interesting. When I explain some DMing topics, oftentimes I will say that most DMs are actually two DMs. There is the prep DM, or the world building DM, and there is the table DM. And your prep DM, your world DM, cares about the whole arc of everything that's going on. They want to make all the pieces fit together. They want to put the thing in session 1 that shows up in session 20, right? That's what they're doing. And their tools, their notes, their stuff that they do isn't necessarily going to be everything that you need as table DM. The table DM doesn't need to know about how the stuff in session 1 connects to session 20, right? You need to know what you're putting in here. And then later at session 20, you'll need the little mark from Hey Prep DM saying, all right, hey, that thing you set up, here's the payoff. Let's go. And the table DM has a lot of information they don't need to send to Prep DM, right? The table DM doesn't need to tell Prep DM, oh yeah, they did 44 points of damage to the frog on turn 4. Nobody cares, right? That's only important at the table. That's not important for the overarching stuff. That's not important for prep stuff. So I think that sort of proactive versus reactive thing might be kind of what you're going for, but I think that's included in the broad umbrella of like proactive versus reactive. And so Corinne continues, like most TTRPGs, DMs would prep proactive stuff since it's focused on the group, whereas West Marches needs DM to prep reactive things. See, that's interesting because I would So just to say 2 entirely different ways to run. I would challenge the belief that most DMs prep proactive stuff because it is focused on the group. There is, so what some people would call neo-traditional play, neo-trad play, where, hey, everybody writes a backstory and I will build a backstory to delve into your personal things and all that sort of stuff. That is definitely a popular way to play. I would hesitate to call that most TTRPGs. I would think that there are a lot of games that do not do that. And I don't think it's a negative. I don't think it's a negative or a positive. I think it is a difference in kind. I think for myself, for the games that I've played in my life, both as a player and as someone who runs, the idea that the world is built specifically for the players, this plot line is built to explore the players' stuff, is a minority of play, right? The idea that we're going to spend 3 levels on an arc that is exploring Percy's backstory and getting to the heart of what's happening in his hometown and all this sort of stuff. Is that good stuff? Yeah, it can be a lot of fun. It can be great. Do I think that that's the default? Maybe among people who got in because of Critical Role, that is the default, but I don't think it's the default for the whole hobby, personally. Jay says, yeah, translating idea is more or less how I conceptualize. World building is being prepared in the strictest sense, but it's more about passively knowing what your world does and what exists in it as a springboard to improvise. I'm with you there. It's one of the things that I've got a video coming out in a little bit about random encounters. It's one of the things that I think a lot of especially newer players, a lot of the people that, no shade on them, but who came into the hobby through the lens of Critical Role or Stranger Things or things like that, they have a bit of a misconception on what a random encounter table is. What does it mean? And I'm hoping that I can do a couple of videos. I think I've got one video that's already released and one video that's coming out potentially tomorrow, either tomorrow or a week from tomorrow, that kind of delves into that topic to say that if you use a random encounter table to say something exists, then that's what I think how most people think of it is, right? There are no wolves until they are rolled on the encounter table. I think that is not a very good methodology for using random tables. I think there are wolves in the area. The random encounter table just says, do you happen to see the wolves as you go through? Because it'll make the world feel more alive if you as prep DM know the wolves exist, and so you can put the wolves as something that's important into the other encounters that you can find, the other stuff that's going on. Vincent says, prep is the constant goo moving in and around my head. It's always churning. Yeah, see that's closer to how I think of prep personally, right? When I said this on the Discord, I feel like there were some people who thought I was being sarcastic. I was on the Mystic Arts Discord. I think people believed I was being sarcastic when I said, is it prep to think about a trap idea when you're in the shower? You're having a shower thought. Is that prep to break out ideas for a trap or a puzzle? I'm not being facetious. That is the goo that's churning around inside of my head. So I do believe that is what I would consider to be prep here. So my son seems like he has dozed off for the moment. I'm going to attempt to go put him down so I can actually type. So I'll be right back in just a moment. Let's get this aimed back this way. Let's see, am I more or less in frame? More or less. All right. So, what does prep mean? Is prep translating world building into game mechanics? Is it just the connective tissue in your ideas and goo in your brain moving around, making the world move and feel full. I don't know. Maybe it's both of the things. All right. So he's there. He's back. Glance at the Kickstarter real quick. It is, as expected, still chilling. Exactly where it is. And if people, so if you guys have questions about West Marches, I see there's a question up here in just a second I'm going to answer. You have questions about my game, about the creative process, about the Kickstarter process, any of those things, about how you get into games once things get going, by all means, let's keep the conversation going. Because I like being able to start with a good idea and just sort of storm off to whatever makes sense. So, Jay says, under that framework, active prep is what you prepare to avoid having to improvise stuff too much by getting things that probably will come up ready. Interesting. Yeah, for me, the stuff that I do consider prep, but I think a lot of people do not consider prep, is the world building stuff that when something comes up, it will fit in with and it will make sense with the rest of the things in the world, and it will make sense in the long run, right? If you have something that you encounter and they have this certain set of beliefs, so I did a set of videos on the culture grid, which is one of the random encounter tools that I use. And if you encounter a group of a specific clan of creatures, I want them to act coherently and consistently, and having a tool that lets me have them have a through line idea of this is how these guys work and this is how this culture functions, but also generate interesting things for people to encounter. Those things oftentimes are at odds, right? I would have to spend a lot of effort prepping a very specific encounter and then making sure it fits in with the overall thing. Whereas instead, I can prep and I can world build the overall ideals of a culture. What do they value? What do they think are kind of silly things? What is important to them? And then if I can build those pieces out, and then I can, at the table, quickly turn those into mechanics, then that culture, I think, will feel more grounded. I feel it will be more consistent, and it'll work a little bit better for me personally. So Joseph Craig says, I'm looking at starting up a West Marches style game. Not sure what content I'm going to use right now. What's the top things you'd recommend in selecting a source material and campaign setting? Well, Joseph Craig, I am obviously extraordinarily biased as I am building a game that is supposed to be West Marches first. So I would say if you have the opportunity to, join in my West Marches game and steal as much as you want. And then potentially, see what's going on next year once I can get the game released. But what I would say is you need to find the mechanism for exploration and what you want to explore, and then build off of that. And it really matters what's important to you. So, for example, if societies is important, if cultures and like the machinations of court, if that's important to you, then look into material and campaign setting stuff that is about courtly play, right? You're going to want to look into The Legend of the Five Rings, right? Where you can. I played an L5R game in a West Marches style L5R game for a little over a year, and I don't think there was ever combat that I can recall. I think there was one duel that happened, but I was not involved. I was not part of it. So sorry, I'm checking. My daughter is at a friend's house. I'm double checking to make sure. Good deal. Nothing is wrong. So for them, right, they picked Legend of the Five Rings. They did some very specific things for Legend of the Five Rings because the thing they wanted to explore was the social politics and the social connections of court. And so that's what they were important with, and it worked really well for their system. But if someone came into that and what they wanted to do was to go fight monsters and go delve dungeons, they were going to have a bad time. By that same token, if you wanted to do something that is more about delving dungeons and things like that, you might want to pick up something like Shadowdark. Shadowdark has some things that don't work great with West Marches mentalities, but a lot of it works really, really well. So you could do something like that, or you can go do something like Old School Essentials, right? If you're someone who likes to be able to read a bunch of stuff that has been done before you, and you want it to be like good quality material, and you feel supported if what you read is something you feel like you can pretty confidently translate to something that happens at table, Something like Dolmen Wood is incredibly good for that. But Dolmen Wood has a very specific style that it is going for, and you have to be kind of on board with that. So I don't know if that is a full answer, and Joseph Craig, if you can tell me what you think is important to you, I might be able to help you sort of narrow down that search. Mr. Vincent says, prep changes based on running a pre-made adventure with a homebrew adventure. I find I have more work to do with a pre-gen adventure. So do I. I feel like, and I mentioned this earlier, right? If I write too much for myself as prep DM to give to table DM, I feel compelled to read the stuff that I wrote, right? And so if I didn't write myself just some basic tools to go on and some tables to work on, if I wrote myself like a couple of paragraphs to remember and read, that's going to be harder for me to run, even if I'm the person who wrote it. So if it is someone else's writing, I'm gonna struggle. And yes, if you want to hit that thumbs up button, if you want to like things, if you want to go to the Kickstarter, and if you've not pledged, that'd be cool. If we get to 6,000, I am going to keep the stream going a little bit longer, and we'll work on some traps and hazards and things like that a little bit later in the stream. But the goo is good, yes. For high versus low prep, I guess it's also about how much controlled chaos versus how much true randomness you want at the table. That is also true. One of the things that I think is interesting is, and actually there was a recent video, I think from Jenny D talking about this, where she sort of said, hey, she's a very big, like a controlling person when it comes to being a DM. She really wants to know everything about what's going on because it sort of helps her anxiety about running games. And I can understand that. But in order to kind of see how the other side lives, she was forcing herself to randomly generate stuff as she went. And when she ran a game using a bunch of random tables. And then at the end, she felt like she, talked about how it felt like she kind of cheated because she did randomize some stuff as she went. But the longer the session went on, the less randomness she put into it. And for her, she was saying, I feel like I kind of cheated myself there. I was deciding things rather than rolling randomly. And I don't think that that's cheating. I do not think that that's against the spirit of these tables, because again, I'm going to go back to this idea a whole bunch. The whole thing that you're doing as the prep DM is making sure you've got connective tissue, making sure you can sort of push the velocity of the game forward, make sure you're not having any stops or hiccups or whatever when game time happens. That's what the tables are for, right? The tables are there to generate stuff, or to generate excitement, to generate inspiration, to see stuff that's happening, to make things happen that either you wouldn't or couldn't prep for. And if you roll a couple of things, you're like, oh man, no, I've got a good idea, let's go with this. You should not feel compelled to roll again and randomly determine something when you've got a good idea of what comes next. Or you have an idea of what makes sense to come next. That is not... I think there's a lot of people that think that that's what it means to have a very heavy, like, random encounter, a randomized system, is that you're always dipping into the thing to make every step of the way you're just rolling dice. I've never been at a table like that I've stayed at. I've been at tables like that just... You find 2d6 wolves, you fight them, you move on, and there's 3d6 bandits, and you fight them and move on. Those are terrible games. They're not fun. Like, they are not enjoyable for me. Maybe some people that are there not for the roleplay part of it, they don't need it to connect together, they would be just as happy playing this game as they would be, playing a Steam game where they're doing the same thing. Maybe for them it's fine, but for me it's not. That's not how I want to run games, and it isn't cheating to do the things that make sense rather than forcing yourself to roll. So I don't think she was being fair to herself, which is fair. Jenny is harder on herself than almost everyone is on her. But yeah. So Joseph Craig says, all of those have on my shelves save yours. Culture, theme, mood have always been high on my list. I'm a world builder, storyteller, time DM. I've never done a West Marches game. So that's so interesting to me. It is interesting to me that someone would say, and Joseph Craig, correct me if I'm taking this too far, or if I'm not understanding, if I'm not correctly picking up what you are putting down. When someone says to me, I'm a world builder / storyteller kind of GM, so I have never done a West Marches game. To me, that is putting it on the opposite side of something. That is saying, oh, I like telling stories and I like building the world, so I wouldn't fit in with a West Marches game, right? I've got to get outside of my comfort zone. I've got to do something different than my norm to be a West Marches DM. And I would say I don't agree. I would say I don't think that the people who have played in my campaigns and the people who have played in a lot of West Marches campaigns that I've been a part of would agree with that description, especially if they were as GMs and DMs. I think that I am a very big world builder, storyteller. I think the idea that the world is one of the things that is very highly in focus is one of the reasons I love West Marches, right? It isn't me reaching outside of my comfort zone to do something different. It is how I'm expressing my love of world building, my love of collaborative storytelling, my love of building these arcs with people. It's based on West Marches play. It's based on having this world that you want to explore. Yeah, so I'd be curious. I'd be curious what your thoughts are on that, because I do not see those things as opposite. And there is one little note. There's something that I wanted to make a video on, but I've never found a good way to explain it. So I think I've had like a stream where I've talked about it a little bit, but if I could ever figure out how to explain this, I will share with you. But we'll talk about it in a minute, unless we get distracted. Corinne says, don't get me started on Rocky's 4-hour lore drop. There are so many world building and story opportunities. So, yeah, there were a lot of games that my players went through where they went out and they just got information. They talked to NPCs, they chatted some stuff, and then they went home. And from my experience, people weren't like, oh man, that was a useless game. We didn't get any loot. No, those ended up being very good games, very heavy story focused, very world building focused games. Note says, my only experience with West Marches was AMD on my side, but in my limited experience, West Marches is the world building storyteller kind of campaign. And I would agree with that. Now, I will say, and I talk about this in one of my videos, because of how some people get pitched the idea of West Marches, both as a player and as someone who's running it, where it's like, oh, you don't need to prep anything. You just take all these random tables and you just roll on random tables and you get stuff and you go. There's a lot of people that see that and go, well, how can there be a world? How can there be a story if we're just randomizing everything and seeing what happens? Like, if the DM has no idea what's going to happen, how can there be a story? And yes, that is not how it works, because you're only using a couple of the tools that you could use to build. And I've been in several games. Like I said, I talked about this in one of the videos. People would tell me that there's no world building, there's no story in West Marches. And it was so confusing to me because I'd never experienced that. And then I played in a couple of games and I was like, oh, this is what people think West Marches is. Holy crap, this is miserable. Why would anyone play this? I understand why people would give me a strange look when I'm like, oh, no, this is my preferred method of play. This is what I want to do. So Joseph Craig says, it could be a failed assumption on my end too. From the experience that I've seen from actual plays and such, I saw it as opposed. So it could be very wrong, coming from a guy that ran a 22-player Vampire the Masquerade campaign. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? That's what I just was talking about, was I have seen people who have run a West Marches thing as very disconnected from story, right? They think that substituting in completely randomized tables and randomized play works as an effective substitution for having a world, for having a plot, for having a narrative. And the Chubby Funster has a really, really good video called The Atomic Theory of Random Encounters, where he kind of goes into some pretty good visuals of how random encounters work. And a lot of the people who are making those experiences, they are treating random encounters as things that are spawning creatures, and not as things that you're encountering things that are already there, right? You've already built the random encounter table, and that's all the stuff that is always there. But you are determining whether you find that thing as you go through. And the more that I talk about this, the more I realize this is tomorrow's video, basically, is that idea of basically how I think what random encounters can really be powerful. But if done incorrectly, they can really sour your opinion towards an entire category of stuff. So Node says, I'm still sad we never got the opportunity to finish up that story with Bartleby. Needed to figure out the toll at midnight. The Roach God also had a fist or two coming his way. Yeah, so much left unfinished that it would have been so much fun to get around to. Now, Node, I don't know if this is going to make you happy or sad, but the engine for generating stuff in All My Sty, the thing that created all of these plot lines, right? The tool that I use as a DM to create all these plot lines, it is an infinite engine, right? There is always something over the next hill. You'll always get to the point, no matter wherever winter comes and the season ends, there's always going to be stuff left unfinished. And that is by design. And there are some people that will get frustrated with that. I talk about it in the fear of missing out video, where people say, they want to finish some things, and if you don't design the story around having a ending, then the story might not have a satisfying ending, right? You have to pick your own exit lane. You have to pick your own ending. And that is very true. And if that bothers you, that might be one of the things that this style of play is going to be a problem. And there are other people that really want to be there for all the story beats. They say, if I don't get to go kill the necromancer in the Black Tower in my D&D game, why am I even playing this game? Like, if that guy dies off screen, right? Because the screen is where you as the player are. Yeah, a bunch of other players went and killed them. But if I didn't get to experience that, why am I even playing this game? And I have a lot of answers to that, but I understand that those are hangups that people can have. Those are problems that people can have. Jay says, I think people pitch West Marches in a way that's akin to the original West Marches campaign blog post, which does focus on the gameplay route rather than the world and the characters. Okay, the gameplay route being explore, fight, loot, then repeat, but with more EXP and a shinier sword. I will admit, it's been a long time since I've read those posts. However, as someone who has played Kingdom and someone who has played Microscope, which, by the way, if you have just like a huge amount of time and have a very creative, you've got a group of DMs that all want to do that. I should bring that up to my local. We've got a local TTRPG hangout space here in Louisville. I should bring up Kingdom or Microscope to them, because that would be a really fun thing to play with the very high number of game masters we have at the hangout. So I should think about that. But so my perspective on the style of game that he piloted is going to be colored by the other games of his that I have played. And a lot of those games don't have combat or mechanics for things that aren't exploring and collective storytelling. So, I have a coloring lens over my perception of a lot of his blog posts and things on West Marches, where even if he says, yeah, we just kill, loot, repeat, we get further out by getting more shiny stuff, I'm translating that through my understanding of this is the guy that made Kingdom and Microscope. And so my brain can't compute that person being someone who would run a game with no story. That would be antithetical to my perceptions. Mr. Vincent says, random encounters. Nope, I create counters. If they happen or what those things are, that is what is random. I agree. So the idea that a random encounter does not exist until it is rolled, I find is an anachronism that ruins a lot of games, especially ruins a lot of West Marches games, or people's experiences with West Marches games. But a created, crafted encounter with a story, with stuff that's going on, that you randomly find, right? You randomly encountered a pre-built thing, right? Or you randomly encounter an idea, but that idea has had some love and craft and it's built into the world and it makes sense. That is random encounter. It's not random thing, right? It's not spawned out of the ground. You get a random thing. You hit a button and 3 cherries. Yay. Like, no, it is, there are things here. What do you actually run into? What do you encounter? Node says, makes sense. Still wish we had time to play some more, mostly just because it was a fun campaign. I'm so looking forward to Age of the Oak. You have no idea. Actually, Node, you know how much I'm looking forward to it, because we've been working on a very, very cool dungeon design. I can give, maybe I can give a really quick snapshot. I'm not going to share too much, but I can share a little bit of a teaser of the insanity that is this dungeon. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Right. Can I find it quickly? Real questions. Dungeon project. Nope. That would make a lot of sense if that's where I put that. But it is not where I put that. I'm going to give myself a couple more seconds to see if I can find this thing. And if I can't, I will give up for a moment. But we are working on a dungeon with a very cool concept, Node and I, for Age of the Oak, and I genuinely think it is shaping up to be the coolest dungeon that I have ever made. Yeah, so let's do a lower floor. Let's do this. Right? Does this show on the screen? Yeah. So like this is one of the overarching dungeon maps for one of the floors. And if that looks like insanity, correct. And it is only one of the floors, and each one of those little hexes is many different areas. So I'm looking forward to jumping into that and being able, I'm prepping all this stuff ahead of time and being able to play around with it and tinker with it and do all this stuff. Like I'm building a spreadsheet, building an engine that runs this system so I can know all the stuff that's there. And then when game time comes, I can click a button and it says, all right, this is what's going on in this area at this time. This is what is happening. This is the status quo that you have walked into is blank, is going to be an incredible amount of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks for speaking to West March's bed and answering my question. I'm Impish Scald over in the Discord space, so found your stuff just the past few days. Well, hello. Going to get back to work here in a few minutes, so when I drop off, I'll be around. Depending on how everything goes, I might be here when you get back. I'm going to be on for quite a while. Note says, it's been so hard not to talk about the dungeon, especially since 2 friends I would like to talk about it are likely going to be in the campaign. Yes, it is really hard to shut up. And that's one of the things with West Marches. So we talked a little bit about like the idea of world building stuff with West Marches is one of the conceptualizations that I have for West Marches, and this kind of goes in here with this sort of prep idea, right? Is prep for West Marches is prepping mysteries and not caring or not building in ways for them to be solved, right? I say in one of my videos, I create problems and I don't create solutions for those problems because, just like my toddler, if I could spend some time creating a solution to this problem, I could instead be in a different room creating new and different problems. So it is your job to find the solutions to things. As my son is sneezing himself awake. And the idea of being able to let it go, I understand, can be very, very hard. The idea that when you create this mystery, we create this idea that you can sort of put it into the game and then just let it lay there until someone comes and picks it up is hard, right? Because these are our little brain children we're making. We're planting all of these seeds. We're making all of these cool ideas, and we want people to be as excited in them as we are. But there's two things. The first thing is, if you know that people are only going to pick up on the things they get invested in, and you can sort of just seed a ton of stuff and then you kind of let it be. For me, I can sort of lower the barrier that I make, where I kind of force myself to be a perfectionist on things, where I'm like, no, I can't bring this to the players unless I have got it just exactly right. No. I can seed a bunch of half ideas. I can seed a bunch of things that I think, I would do that better if I had time to improve on it. Because the trick is, I do have time to improve on it, right? I might let something down and then be bored and flicking through my lore document and go, ooh, I had an idea about how to fix that up. And I might fix it up, and the players still never encounter it. And then 6 months later, I have another idea, and I fix it up and do something, and they still don't encounter it. Or maybe they do, but now they've encountered something. Now it's been a lot of time, and I look at it and I go, ooh, yeah, well, the players are doing this and this and this, which would affect the stuff that's happening here in these ways. And now I'm off to the races. Now I've got something that I can get invested again, and I'm only getting invested once the players are invested, right? So I'm not sort of being that invisible hand that's pushing them into something. I can actually be the referee, right? Which is kind of old school play, right? The old school thing is to not have a DM or a GM, you have a referee, where I can sort of take a step back and just enjoy them exploring the world. And I can root for them when I want them to succeed, or all the time, right? I always want my players to succeed, but I can have that more neutral perspective and not push too much of my own agenda in stuff. That I'm very excited. Mr. Vincent said, with this little spoiler, that is some high key prep. Yes. Now, I one of the reasons that we're making this dungeon and the way that we're making it for Age of the Oak is because I have a dungeon crafting system that I'm wanting to implement. There's one of the little booklets that'll come with the finished game is how to generate points of interest. And I have some ideas for what I mean when I say a point of interest. And so I'm doing sort of a like ridiculously extra version of this, right? I'm doing a version of this that is, so far beyond what anyone would ever want to do with this system, that it's kind of stress testing the upper bounds of what I'm doing, which is what I did with Campaign 5, right? I stress tested my upper bounds of how much I could run and what I could do with what I had built so far to see where the flaws were. And that's the same thing I'm doing with this system. And on Saturday, this upcoming Saturday, I'll be streaming with my older daughter, with my 7-year-old, and she'll be using the dungeon crafting tool. She'll be using the system that is going to be in the full version of All My Sty to make her own point of interest, to make her own dungeon, to generate a thing to go explore that I will put in Age of the Oak. So I'm excited to see what she ends up doing with that, because I think it'll be a lot of fun. So Joseph Craig says, I do that with puzzles and traps a lot of the times. I make the puzzle and traps and let the players figure out a way to get out of the box. Yes. And the other thing is, like, there are people that will be like, oh, well, that's the correct way to do things. No. I will say, though, that while I was kind of joking when I said I could spend my time in another room creating more problems, it's not, there is a kernel of truth to that joke, right? Because if I am able to spend 1,000 hours working on my game, if, most of that is I am creating a problem and then creating a solution and then trying to figure out how do I seed the solutions into the world, that is so much of my time that is getting eaten into by being the players, in my experience, right? I'm running the game, so I'm making the tools for myself to build forward. And if I am also building in the solutions, and I'm also building in the clues, and I'm using the 3-clue method, and I'm doing all these things that like blogs and dungeon tubing people are telling me that I need to do to make sure the players don't miss the cool thing, because it's like herding cats. If I just don't do that, if I just let them herd themselves, once they find something shiny, well, if they find the laser pointer and just off into the distance, great. Then I don't have to do it, and I can spend my time running more games or updating my lore document when I feel inspired, or fixing whatever thing that I encountered that was broken, or replenishing the tables to give me more cool stuff to do at session. that it's such a huge burden off of me that if I didn't do that, I would not have been able to run campaign 5. You know, I've been really mulling over the idea of making a video that says I ran 1,000 hours of West Marches in a year, and here's what I learned. And I thought about it a little bit, and was like, oh, that's a really kind of a clickbaity title. And then I thought about it, and I said, well, I actually did learn a lot of things, and I ran 251 sessions that were 4 to 6 hours long. So actually, 1,000 hours is lowballing the amount of time that I ran, and that's just at session time. That does not include the time I spent prepping and updating things and winding down after session so that I could go to sleep. And if I didn't build myself for success, if Prep DM did not build Table DM for success, there's no way I could get to 1,000 hours without also having other parts of my life suffer, right? Because, you know, I said much earlier in the stream when my son was being a goober and moving around, needing to be held, I'm a dad first, a dungeon master second. And so if I'm spending 1,000 hours in a year of my free time doing something with random people on the internets, the only way to maintain my relationship with my family, the only way to retain my relationship with my kids, you know, to be a good husband, to keep the yard functional, like the only way for me to do all of these pieces is to maximize the impact that I have with my time, to maximize the time that I spend when I'm prepping things. And I need to have that work, or it's just not functional. I would have to run a whole lot less games, which would be less fun for me. Cool. So it looks like people are chilling out for a minute. We've talked a little bit about all this prep stuff. So I am going to look at something real quick, and then potentially I might go have to get my son's still chilling over there in the swing, but we'll kind of go from there. So I'm going to give it up to you guys. Do you guys have any other questions? You know, the back and forth with Joseph Craig about sort of West Marches thing is something I could talk about for literally forever. I think it's going to basically be my entire YouTube channel is going to be, here's a bunch of ideas and how they work at my game, which is basically how they work in a West Marches game. So we can obviously talk about other things like that if you have other topics you want to speak on. But outside of that, you know, what we can do is I have some screenshots for stuff that I could share, and I will tell Karen to shield her eyes, to look away. Someone posted something and said, "The Ox." I don't know what that means. The glorious finale. Yeah, getting everything done. Just coming from one glorious finale to another. Ooh, what glorious finale did you come from? I am curious. Yeah, who should look away? Karen. Karen should look away. And the reason she should look away is because like many of the creative people that I know in my life, and like many DMs that I know in my life, they are overly sensitive to any sort of perceived imperfections in things that they are doing. Any sort of, but that's a work in progress, don't show it to anyone, I cannot see it. But everyone else knows, ooh, looks really, really cool. And I am happy to be able to see behind the curtain. I like seeing the work in progress. So I told Corinne this is some of her stuff. So she should look away because I'm going to be sharing it with people, and they will all understand that it looks cool and it doesn't need to be perfect. Digital Circus finale. I won't spoil it. Ooh, I don't know what that is. I'm going to go and see if I can get my son to not be unhappy. We'll see how that works. Hello, sir. Could I potentially interest you in a pacifier? Oh, yeah. What are those owls doing? What? Yeah. Yeah. The man loves his dancing owls. All right. Yeah. Jay, I own I don't know what that is. It's a good show. I didn't realize it wrapped up today. Excited to watch it later. Ooh, it'll be interesting. Digital Circus Finale. Is that the is that actual play? Is that the D&D actual play show? I've seen some people talk about like the official show that's doing like a show of like the Dreadlords and something where they had a thing where they fought Lord Soth. Yes, my son. I know, it's the worst. How dare I? How dare I do things that are not love and appreciate you at all times? How dare I have other things divert my attention? That would be terrifying. Dancing owls stunt walk. Yeah. It's okay. It's the worst. So my son has one position that is acceptable, that is allowed, which is this. All other positions are pale imitations of the one true way of being held. And I'm on permanent disability for a shoulder injury. And this is very painful for my shoulder. As much as I love my son, as much as I love being a dad, I really wish he would be comfortable in literally any other way. So, back to the stream. An indie animated show about people trapped in a digital circus and trying to escape. Ooh, that sounds cool. I wonder if that's the short version, right? Makes me think of what was the Hell show? There's an animated Has-Been Hotel. That's my initial impression. I think the voice actors have done a D&D play maybe, but I haven't watched that. I'm not paying much attention. That's fair. I found out recently. So I went to see my grandmother, who is, she's born in 36, so she is, getting up there. She's 90. She'll be turning 90 later this year. And when I was talking to her and I was explaining to her like what I was doing, and she was like, "Oh, that show that's on my TV, that's what you're doing." And I was like, "Well, I mean, not really, Grandma, but," she's like, "Oh, let me show you." And she couldn't find it on her thing, but she was very insistent that she had seen something like what I was talking about. And I know that she didn't have internet. She has the internet, but she was talking about something on her TV, and I was like, I don't think that you're watching an actual play, Grandma. Like, I don't think that's what's going on. But then when I went home, I went online and I found out that the thing that she was talking about is that Amazon Prime has a live TV mode to their streaming service, and they have a 24-hour D&D actual play live TV channel, which is insane to me. Insane to me that exists. And it's insane to me that grandmother was 100% correct. Yes. And that is something that is there. Yeah, it's okay. Sir. Oh, sorry. Let's see if I can get him to chill out for just a second. Oh, it might be. He might be upset. Because it might be pretty close to bottle o'clock. I don't think we're quite there yet, though. Not quite. All right. So I might have to step away for a second to go warm up a bottle. But we'll see. Digital Circus, catching up. I haven't checked if it's in theaters only right now, but there's a Digital Circus finale in theaters where I am planning to watch it this weekend. That's cool. New show is one of the only actual plays that I can sit through. Thank you. Hello, Salty Nick. How's it going? Yay, baby stream. Was what Hamtaro? I don't know what that's. Someone asked, was it Hamtaro? I don't know what that's in reference to, but I don't think so. If it was something I was talking about, it was not. I had a thought, and it went away. Someone had said, oh, one of the only actual plays I can sit through. I was talking to somebody about this previously, is I have never been someone who could really enjoy actual plays. There are basically two styles of actual play, and one of them doesn't really feel like actual play that I've actually enjoyed. And that is, there's a YouTube creator called Demonac, a demon with an AC at the end, who's made a show called Tales from My D&D Campaign, where he has personally animated and then voice acted every character in a recreation of his game. And that is an insane project that is just so obviously a labor of love that it is wild. And you get to sort of see him learn how to animate things better and learn how to, like, he gets a better mic at one point and all this sort of stuff, and it's very cool to watch. So that was fun. And then there is a channel called XP to Level 3, and I find that most of their actual play content is just not fun to watch. But they did do a style where the guy from EXP to Level 3, he tried to run these sort of classic modules as close to raw as he could figure out, and then had sort of the Office style cutaways to the players and what they were thinking of, and I thought that was really interesting. That was really fun, because you got these sort of cutaways where the DM is saying, well, this is what it includes in the module, and this is what I think it's trying to get me to do, so this is why I made this decision. And that, I think, is interesting. And the same thing, the players were like, well, this is what we saw in front of us, and this is what we were picking up, and this is why we were putting those things down, and so this is what we did. I thought that was very fascinating. I thought that was a very interesting thing. No, the show my grandmother was watching. No, she was not watching Hamtaro. Although my grandmother has made some just like killer out of left field catches. Like, she was perfectly correct. Yes, the game I am making is very much like the actual play show that she was watching. But also, when I was a kid, I had told her that I liked animated stuff, but I didn't like cartoons. I didn't want to watch like Saturday morning cartoons, but I did like some animated stuff. And there was one cartoon that I did like, which was the old Justice League cartoon. But most of the other ones, they annoyed me. I found they were aggravating. I found like they didn't make sense, and I wanted them to like have a story that went between episodes, and that frustrated me as like a 8-year-old. And my grandmother, I don't know, I was maybe like 10 or something like that. My grandmother she's like, oh, I found this thing for you. I think you'll like it. And she found a copy of, in the middle of nowhere, right? In the middle of rural Kentucky, in the, somewhere in the early 90s, early mid-90s, my grandmother found a VHS copy of My Neighbor Totoro and was like, this is what I think you'd like. And she was 100% correct. And I was like, how? I don't know how she found that, but good on you, Grams. Getting close to bottle o'clock myself. Yeah, a different kind of bottle, I think. Actual plays just make me want to play. Yes! So, for a long time, so Mr. Vincent said, actual plays just make me want to play. For a long time, there were so many of my friends that were watching Critical Role. Like, it was a phenomenon among the people that I talked to on a regular basis. And I really wanted to do it. I really wanted to get involved. But I was a DM and an admin for a living game, for something that's very similar to a West Marches game. From an outsider's perspective, it's basically a West Marches game. And I had a problem where every time I would sit down to go and watch Critical Role, I would watch, and I'd say, yeah, I'm going to get to the whole episode this time. I'm going to do it. I'm going to make it. I'd get maybe 15 or 30 minutes into the game, or into the episode, and I'd go, ooh, that gives me a good idea for... And then I'd pause, I'd write that idea down for a second, and I'd go, well, if I did that, I would do this. And if this would happen, then I would do this. And then I would inevitably, 20 minutes later, open up Skype, which tells you how old this is, would open up Skype, and I would type into Skype or Discord, and I would type into the channel where the players for the living game played, hey, who would join in a game if I open roles for players, right? If I opened up the session to be able to play in 20 minutes, who'd come? And the answer is, we'd always get 5 or 6 players to be able to play. So I'd watch 20 minutes, pause, write down my idea, get excited by my idea, go, man, I'm really inspired to run, open up another program, immediately have a full table of players, and then go run, and I'd never finish the episode. Interesting. I managed to, so Rage says, I managed to listen to some, oh, good burp, sir. Some actual plays of Thursday Night Kings. Oh, you just got all over my back, didn't you? Beautiful. Thursday nights or something. Interesting. Interpreting the module is half the battle. Yes, it is. She is a very astute old woman. My grandmother is great. My grandmother is not only great because she has just random wonderful things that she does and says. My grandmother is also great because she will be forever the inspiration for any intelligent NPC I ever have that wants to be cool. And I don't mean that she's a cruel old lady. I mean, this woman can do more with a 5-word insult than anyone else can do with a half-hour video. She is precise in her dissecting of people. Oof. Not watching actual play for 4 hours, no way. Back to when Guild had more than one game a week, I'm guessing. Yeah. Guild Living Campaign, BSD, was a blast. If I was still running 4th edition, I'd still be running in the Guild, because that is a great community. They just don't have the numbers anymore. They don't have the numbers to run all the time. Wicked tongues are to be respected, says Rage. Yeah. When I was a kid at one point, I asked my grandmother, do you like my haircut? And she said, if you left it longer, you would have looked taller and thus slimmer. And I remember that. That was, I was like 9. I remember that to this day, being like, wow, that's like 5 different ways to cut you into pieces in one sentence. Yeah, see, that's good. Good to hear the Bald Hermit is still keeping things going. I'm glad there's new DMs taking up the mantle. I really want... Rage and BST are talking about the Guild Living Campaign. It was a big 4th edition Living Campaign. I say is. But we used to be very, very active. And it's a great community, great set of people. And I'm stuck right now because there's so many people from that game that I loved playing with, that I would love to play with again. But I'm not active in the community anymore. And so if I go into the community and I say, hey, come join this other community with me, come play with me, it is likely to only be attractive to the people who are active, and the people who are active are now such a small portion of that community that it might make some of their games not work. It might fizzle. It might be the death knell of the community if I do get a decent number of people from there. And that makes me sad because, I want the world to exist where that community is full and thriving and still trucking on like they were, 6 years ago when I was running 2 games, 3 games a week in there. But still have my own thing. It's a struggle. Like you. You are also a struggle, sir. Yeah. BSC says they joined the Guild Living Campaign from 2021, played almost a week, every week for a few years until work got in the way. Yeah, I had a blast. So this is, there's still a couple people in here, so we'll chat on this for a second. But one of the videos that I made that got basically no views, because this is such an esoteric topic even for me, is organized play games. Right, what makes an Adventures League game, or a Living game, or a West Marches game? Like, what are the differences between those? Because there are a lot of pros and cons. And I will say that there are times when I'm running a West Marches game, or when I'm running a traditional 5-man band style game, because I run a game where it's the same, 5 players that are playing the same characters that are on one continuous story arc. Still, right? I still run a game like that, even though I also run West Marches. And there are times when I miss the Living Guild or the Adventures League benefit that doesn't really get replicated that easily in other games. And that benefit is that you could write an adventure, or you could learn an adventure even if you didn't write it, and perfect it. You could run that same adventure 20 times and really hone what you're doing, right? And if you knew, oh yeah, I've run some of these adventures 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, you got to write a new adventure. I always felt like I could justify a lot of time spent finding splash screens, finding pictures for NPCs, finding cooler battle map, finding the perfect battle map, writing up a clue or a note to hide somewhere in the adventure or something like that. I could justify that because it's not, oh, I'm going to do this for session and then it's going to be over and it's kind of a one and done. I could write it for a session and then know that I'm going to use it 6 times, 10 times, 20 times. And that was just, that's such a nice feeling. It makes me feel so much better about pouring time into prep when I can go, yeah, I'll prep this and then I'll use it forever. One of the things that like people have been playing in the hobby since the 70s and 80s will say is, you know, people used to have things where they would have their dungeon, right? They would run this dungeon and they were a dungeon master and they would have their own dungeon and you know, people would want to play a game and they're like, yeah, well, I've got this dungeon. I've run it 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. And they know it like the back of their hand. And some people are like, well, that might be boring. No, if you build it correctly and you keep tinkering with it, you keep working on it, keep fine tuning it, you listen to your players, it never gets boring. It never gets old because people will go through it differently. The quick start adventure that this whole thing is about, right? The Kickstarter is ending today. And, you know, you're going to be able to take the adventure that you're going to get. You can run that adventure 5, 6, 7 times, even though it's a one-shot, and find more new fun stuff to do with it. I've run it now 15 times, and it's still a blast. It's still fun to run. It's still, ooh, what are they going to do about this, right? I've had players that have played through it 3 times that don't know what's down certain paths. Right? They don't know how this is going to go. They don't know what the plan is going to be. And even if they get to something they've seen before, because our hobby is so idiosyncratic, right? It changes so finely detailed on the group dynamic and the players and the ideas, and even then, the dice have a say. That if the world is interesting and the choices are fun, you can keep doing it again and again and have a lot of fun with it. And I miss that. I miss that aspect. I've been able to enjoy that with my quick start game because I've run it several times. But I miss that aspect of living play of, I'm going to build this thing and I'm going to build up a portfolio, right? Build up a portfolio of a bunch of adventures. And if I want to run something, pull it out, go and have fun. So BSC says, folks have shared the Kickstarter, and there, by the way, you still have their support. Sometimes we need games of different vibes. There's some adventures I've run 3 to 4 times, completely different groups, even in different systems. No one's made it to the end yet. Do you think your party can beat this challenge? Yeah, so it's fun. It's interesting to me because you know, I've run the Quickstart game, like I said, 15 times. I've had one session that I would consider a complete, unmitigated, no complications success. One time, and that was recently. Like, that was the second to last running of the game. They just had a blessed run. And it wasn't because, you know, they played it a bunch and they'd learned the level and they knew exactly where to go and what not to do. They just had good ideas. They had decent rolls. And they were able to kind of get all the stuff done. It was very, very interesting to see that happen. And, you know, I don't know this for certain, right? I know that Corinne, who is potentially in here, she might be listening while she's doing something else. Yeah, buddy. Oh, I know, it's the worst. Corinne was in that run. She's both run this adventure and played it. I want to believe, and I don't know if this is true, I want to believe, I've not talked to her yet, that run felt extra special because everything worked out. Right? That run felt blessed. Because not only did they succeed, but they succeeded beyond, with the knowledge of failure is right there, and it being catastrophic failure of her playing and running adventures where they did all die horribly. And so that was kind of fun. And BSD, I never thought that people weren't going to support the game. It's more along the lines of, and a lot of times I think of living communities in West March's games kind of like MMOs. And if you've ever played an MMO, it's really hard. I mean, there's some people that do it, but it's really hard to play more than one. If you're going to be a World of Warcraft player and your buddy plays Final Fantasy 14, 15, whatever the MMO one is, the Final Fantasy MMO, it's really hard for you to play with your friend in WoW, turn off World of Warcraft, turn on Final Fantasy, and then play, for a little while there and go back and forth. It's just very difficult to make that. Yeah, hi. To make that a reality. And the same is true with a lot of living games and West Marches stuff. It's generally pretty difficult unless people have lots and lots of free time and really good at compartmentalizing. It's really hard to be active in multiple West Marches communities. So Rach says, it's fun to be on the receiving end of that process. I assume they mean the process of the repetition and stuff, because yeah, it can make the adventures really, really cool. Very interesting to be in both the Blessed run and the Cursed run. Yes, because you had a run where you got really, really close to getting some cool stuff happen, and then a series of just absolutely face-planting rolls and some rough choices made. Everybody died real fast. BSC says, I actually started working on a roguelike dungeon in a fit of madness that I hope to actually play at some point. It's interesting because in the living game, Bob made a sort of roguelike or randomizable dungeon thing that he would run on a semi-regular basis. And there is a roguelike TTRPG. I think it is actually called the roguelike TTRPG on Kickstarter. And I got to meet the creator of it, and he seemed like he was a pretty cool guy. I'm not super sold on the mechanics of that game, but I do think the marketing is on point, and I do think the core concept is very cool. I do not think I would find it very fun, but I can definitely see that there's a good audience for it. So if you've not checked out roguelike TTRPG on Kickstarter, there's got a Game Boy cartridge feel to it. It does seem very cool. So Rage says, I don't know if this is the right place and time to ask this, but is the All Mice Die kind of tuned for a specific place in USA, or should it be easy to place around local fauna in other places? So yes and no. And definitely it is definitely the right place and time to ask. Is it specifically tuned for a spot in the US? Yes. The default setting is tuned to not only be this is a generalized area. The game, when it comes out, will have a set of Google coordinates on it, so you can see exactly where this place is. This is a hyper-specific place in Kentucky. So, yes. That being said, the creation rules for how to build your own setting and how to build your point crawl assume that you're going to want to walk out into your backyard, wherever you live, and make something cool of your local area. So the rules in the game for how to make an area, they're not hyper-specific to location, but the default setting is very specific to this location. And Rage said, I meant the process of finely tuned adventures in the Living Guild, yeah. And I enjoyed, when I knew I was going to be running out of time to run for the guild, I built a bunch of arenas, and I built a couple of adventures where I was much more explicit about how they are prepped so that other DMs could pick up and run them. And I think some of the adventures that I ran, like the adventure Grassy Knoll and High in the Sky and Die by the Sword and some of those, they got run a ton after I left, after I stopped being an active member of the guild. I never really left, but after I stopped being active, I saw that those got run a whole bunch, and that made me happy to see that, I was making it easier for people to be able to run stuff. There was some talk in the previous streams about how one can make an All Might Die campaign on an island, what critters to use, fun biomes to explore. Yes, there is. Oh, let's see. We've got. Oh, let's see if I can sit down for just a second. Let's see if he will rage. But if I can, I will show you guys the island. Yeah, tell me all about it, sir. No. Antivirus. Roll20 is a virus. It is evil. It is evil. I mean, you're not wrong, but you're not necessarily right either. Yeah. So can you play this on an island? Well, you could. And the rules in the game will show you. Let's see if this is actually on the correct part of the screen. We'll show you the island that you can make, right? And how it's built in, and how the biome works, and how to build out your hexes, and how to build out in Roll20 an encounter map, right? That gets you to go from the town and expand outward, and to have areas of interest, and then how to be able to see if you have factions and faction play, how it can build this sort of unique network of dangers and encounter tables and stuff. This is the sort of threat level stuff that gets talked about in the, especially if you want to build a West Marches thing to be a hex crawl, how you build it forward. So this is something that I made for it. So, is there a way to do it in different biomes? Very much so, yes, there is. There are definitely rules from that. And yeah, that is a lot of fun. So a couple people are talking. Depending on the size of the island, it would be great. Yes, definitely do. While the previous campaign and upcoming ones are set in Kentucky, I've done some thinking about how to set it in a desert in Arizona. Yeah, the Sonoran Desert would be amazing to be able to play it on. So Rage says, Grassy Knoll was a banger. We'll find out the Crown Prince is amused, or not soon enough. Yes. That looks a bit deserty. Yes, some of the stuff on that island, right, that is a tiny little island in the South Pacific. Again, there's a real life connection to it, so you can find it on the island. Boss man, are you trying to break containment here? Highlights. Hello from the squirrel. Hello, howdy. Hey, squirrel raid. That is why there are people here. Yes, the squirrel plays. It did work. Huzzah. Hello. And welcome to the chat. So what we've been talking about so far is talking about what prep means for people, how do people define prep, how do people prep for West Marches play, what makes West Marches play different, what makes this quick start. The campaign, the Kickstarter is ending soon. I think it's ending in about 30 minutes. And what makes this game different? Why would I pay money for a one shot? Right? I don't know if I'm now aimed the correct place. Sorry. Standing up with the child is difficult. Difficult to keep the child and the stream both happy. We'll see. Sorry, folks. Yeah, buddy. Let's see if I can sit him in this and see if that causes screaming. But sorry for the people who are here for the raid. Thank you very much for popping in. I might have to pop away for just a second to go be dad for a moment, but we'll see how it pans out in just a second. And yes, this is my tiny human. So Rafe says, maybe I'll work on a more Frostpunky Mac version if I want a Frosty experience. Yes, he is a weird looking mouse. He's a very difficult to please mouse. So I don't want to leave right as soon as the raid gets here to say hi. But also, might have to go and pause for a minute to go grab a bottle for the creature that does demand attention. But hello, folks. But yeah, the Kickstarter is all about a quick start for how to play the rules of the game, and anyone who does back gets a seat at the table. So I'm going to be running online games of the quick start later on this summer, and you'll be able to join in any of those if you want. And in addition, at the end of the summer, basically as soon as I get back from Gen Con, we're going to be playing a game called The Age of the Oak. So a new West Marches campaign that is open to everybody, open to anyone who pops onto my Patreon. So it's $5 a month to play as much as you want. And any money you spend, any money that I get from that, you'll get half of that as a discount when the full game launches. So for some people, that's going to mean if they play in the game for the whole year, they're basically going to get their PDF of the full game when it launches next year, for free, right? They get a coupon for it. You played in the whole campaign, you gave it the money to pay for some artists, you can have a copy of the game. The baby does not understand the mystical talk. No. The one true cradling is hard to deny. Raid and fade, good luck. Well, hi, Star Hat Studio. Thank you for rating. So guess how the quick start info is sent out? Everyone gets a mail or something, maybe Discord access. So there is a tool. There is a tool, I think, in the way that the Kickstarter backer thing works that allows me to... This thing is so hard to aim. Sorry. There is a thing that'll let me... Buddy, chill out. That'll let me send out a PDF through like sort of a official backer email, but I'll also have it built into something that you'll be able to get access to with the Patreon, even as a free member. If you're a free member, you'll be able to get a key. And that key will let you get the copy of the game, which will be just the pure text copy to start off with. And then once the PDF is ready with all of the art and the layout and stuff, you'll get that. And then also, since we hit our stretch goal, once the app is ready to be launched, you'll be able to get that on the app as well. And there's a really cool app we're developing to make it easier for you guys to run and play the game. Yeah, it's through Kickstarter you get an email. I think so. We need a sponsor and easier to handle camera. You know, it's funny, I actually do have another camera. Unfortunately, I did not have the time to figure out how to properly set it up before session because a lot of my plans from the past couple of weekends have not gone according to plan. So I've not had the time to set up some stuff that I wanted to set up. Yes, I am so excited about the app. Actually, let's see if I can get him to chill out for just a moment. Ooh, I've got Discord messages from our artist with new art. That is very tempting to open, but I'm not going to open it. I'm going to behave. I'm going to see if I can show what a glance at the app looks like right now, because even the beginning of it looks amazing. Let's see. Oh, I know it's the worst. How could things be this bad? It's okay, buddy. All right, let's see if I can open this up real quick, and then I will probably need to take a step away and go and get him food. So let me put this properly in screen and focus so you can sort of see. So this is the prototype start point of what that stretch goal is going to look like for the app. So this this app will be able to let you, as a DM, be able to get access to all of the stuff that you need to run. As a player, sorry, let's see if I can get this to work. There we go. As a player, you can sign into the player version of the app, and you can choose your class. You can select your character. You can sort of see on here, there's a spot for you to get generalized info. If you want to just read some stuff, there'll be handouts for the players to kind of explain some of the rules. And then there is this sort of triangle. Now the triangle is not correct, right? This is a prototype. So if you look at those icons, the icons are not in the correct positions, and a lot of the text, if you read the text, it sounds very silly because it's all placeholder text. But yeah, this is, someone said, let's go Emmett. Yeah, this is Emmett. This is the iconic druid. And what you see on the right there, that's pretty close to what the front part of the character sheet will look like. Yeah. So yeah, the druid art looks great. We have art coming in from our artist right now. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, okay. So I'll see if it'll let me show this. Let me pop this out. Yes, it will. So here is, this literally just came in from the artist. So nobody has seen this yet. But this is art for another one of the characters. This is the iconic brawler. This is Corvus. And hell yeah. It's not done yet. This is the step before rendering, right? So this will come in higher detail, but it looks really, really cool. Having a hard time knowing if the noises are from the tiny creature on my screen or the drunk guy outside. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between tiny human noises and drunk people. Yeah, the ant head is gnarly. Yeah, that head that the iconic druid is wearing is called Gestalt, and it was a helmet, a magical helmet that got upgraded to the point where it started to get a personality of its own. So you said Giles. This isn't Giles. This is the brawler. This is the punch mouse, as BST just said. Yes, this is Corvus the Raven. This is the punch mouse. He was our high level brawler, and I do think he looks really, really good. One of the things that I'll put in here for you guys as well, if you're new to this whole thing that's going on, if you're new to All Mice Die, when I talk about the iconic characters, I want to tell you what that means. So there are two ways to become an icon. One way is you can financially support the game, right? People who want to just say, hey, I want to make the iconic rogue or the iconic guardian or one of the other classes that don't have an icon associated with it. They can kind of pay for the privilege of working with the artist and making a character that'll be that class's entry in the rulebook. The other way, and this is I think the more fun way to do it, is if you play in the campaign and you are the first person ever to make it to the iconic tier, the last section of play. So you make it to level 10 or higher on a class for the first time, you become the icon. I will pay our artist to make your character that icon. So in campaign 5, the one that the one we played last year, we had, I want to say 9 icons, maybe 8 icons. So we had Giles is the iconic fighter. Oh, and what it means by icon is when the rulebook comes out, every class in the rulebook, in the full rulebook, is designed the same way. It is 2 front-back pages. So the front of the entry of the class is a full art with the name and the sort of vibe of the character that'll look like this with, the name Brawler underneath it and Corvus the Brawler of their house, all that sort of stuff. And then you flip it open, and then that gives you the sheet that has all the rules and abilities for the whole class on page 1. And then on page 2, it has their grid and their progression as the class levels up on the other side. So that's one page, 2-page spread that gives you all the mechanics for the class. And then on the back of that second page is a split thing that has what that character looked like at level 1 and what that character looked like at level 10. What did Corvus look like when they were first starting off, and what did Corvus look like at level 10? And then throughout the book, when there are explanations for this is how a rule works, it uses those characters. So that is to say, when you go to look at the exploration rules and it says Giles the fighter is on lookout and he rolled this number and got this result, you'd be able to look at Giles and be able to say, oh yeah, he does have really high wisdom and he has perception at master, and it'll match up. And those will be the rules in the game. And when you go and flip open to fighter, it's not just some random fighter, it is Giles. So if you do play at the end of the summer, when we start the Age of the Oak campaign, which anyone is welcome to come and join with us, you'll be able to potentially become one of those icons. If you unlock the Alchemist class, that sounds fun to you, and you quest and you figure out where the Alchemist class is, and you become the Alchemist, and you make it to level 10 as an Alchemist. You're the first person. There's no icon for Alchemist, so you can become the Alchemist. If you become the iconic Guardian, you can do that. You can say, I'm just going to play, and I'll be the first level 10 Guardian, and that'll be me in the rulebook forever. So I'm excited to be able to do it. And yeah, there was a race in the last campaign that was very interesting, because we had 2 people that were going to become the iconic Barbarian. And if I could make 2 iconic Barbarians, I would have made 2 iconic Barbarians. And so we ended up having something which was interesting at the last minute. I was gonna be slightly sad if we had 2 10+ barbarians and Node, who's in chat, is talking about being a barbarian. He didn't get a chance to be the icon because we had someone else make it to 10. I would have been kind of bummed if Node didn't get one. And then at the very end, I want to say the last session, or maybe the second or third to last, very end of the campaign, Node was able to unlock the Revenant. And as his barbarian walked home, wounded and dying from a fight, he died on the walk home, but that didn't stop him from making it home, and he became the iconic Revenant class. So that was really fun. That was really cool. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to being able to play, to have him see what that Revenant does in the next campaign. Barbarian was the closest race, I think. It was fun to watch on the sidelines. Yeah, I mean the Wizard race was actually reasonably close for a while there. Tisha was not playing Chief as much. She was playing Scary Terry, and Terry and Harland were pretty close to each other, because also, Tisha was playing her Wizard a lot more than her Warlord, and then Ferdinand was playing his other characters a lot more than playing Harland, and so there was a time there where that might have been a bigger race, and then Tisha really got excited and became married and very invested in playing the Warlord, and so then she became the iconic Warlord. Was the level requirement for icon is 10. If you make it to level 10. Node, what is a remnant? So a remnant is what is left behind. What is left behind in the body that refuses to give up. Yeah, we didn't get to play it because it was at the very end of the season. Someone pays for icon, it doesn't matter who gets to 10 first of said class. Correct. Yeah, you get to become the icon. Now, one thing I do want to stress here, because I did talk to people about this, is I had a thought that being able to play to level 10 and get the icon, but then also being able to purchase the class as an icon, that felt like it could potentially be a feel-bad moment, right? It could be like, man, I played this game for all this time and I got to be the icon, but somebody else can just buy their way in. That might feel bad. However, before I offered it as a tier, or I offered it as a reward, I went to all the people who got icon in campaign 5 and I said, hey, this is going to be a way I can use to pay for a bunch of the artwork, and I think it is a cool reward that some people will really want. Is everyone okay if I offer this to be, just bought? And the answer I got from the community was, yeah, that is definitely a good use of a sort of higher tier reward, and we are game for that. So that was important to me. So it's important to state, like, yes, you can sort of buy your way to skip, right? You can buy your character in. But for all the people that played it the hard way, all the people that played it all the way up, they gave their thumbs up, their seal of approval for that to be a thing. It matters for that campaign, but probably not for the entire rulebook. Actually, no. So yes, when you become level 10, if you're the first person to make it to level 10, like, Giles is not going to be just the fighter for a specific version of the game. He is the fighter from now forevermore. It will be the whole time. Catching up a little bit. Node says, the final boss killed him and he said, nah, walk it off. Yeah. Yeah. It was a good moment. It was really cool. Thinking of that last session, the party that went out didn't really come back. One of them became a shapeshifter, another became a remnant, and then the rest either got to the next level, and then there's Keith. Yeah, sounds fair. The Council of Icons have spoken. Yes. Get to hustling, people. I'm really excited. I think it's interesting. We didn't have anyone get to 10 on a Guardian. We didn't have anyone get to 10 on a Rogue. And I'm curious, because again, the last game was a playtest to a certain degree. I'm curious how much the fact that it was a playtest was a part of that, right? Because both of the Rogue and the Guardian had significant changes made to them in the playtest because of the feedback of the players. So I wonder if they were the classes that, had they had been in their final form, if people would have been more inspired to keep playing them. I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Right. So that's that. Someone else has sent me a message, but it's hard to do all the things at once. So someone asks, Rage asks, what class would perhaps be more fitting fluff-wise for making an archivist, keeping in mind how the magic makes things reset and such? Ooh, that's a good question. It is hard. I'm not sure I can answer that question without giving stuff away. Does the app have more art for all the other base classes? Yes. So the app will have all of the art for all of the classes. We have commissioned our artist to give us art for each of the 6 classes. Now, 4 of the 6 are the permanent icons for those classes. So the 6 base classes that are included in the Quick Start are Fighter, Guardian, Rogue, Wizard, Druid, and Warlord. During Campaign 5, only 4 of those classes became icons. And those 4 classes are Fighter, Druid, Wizard, and Warlord. So the Guardian and the Rogue did not have an icon. Now that doesn't mean they're not going to have art. So what I did is there were 2 other icons in the campaign that were not one of the base classes that are going to get used as placeholders. So the Quick Start will have the art for the Guardian is actually going to be Petrova, the iconic barbarian. And if someone makes it to Guardian for the full rulebook, they make it to icon for 10, then they'll be the Guardian in the full rulebook. And the artwork for the Rogue as a placeholder is currently the Brawler. However, someone did buy the Rogue. So that person, once the campaign's ended and they've put the money in and all that sort of stuff, we've got their pledge resolved, then the artist will sit down and work with them to make their Rogue. So we're going to have 4 of the 6 classes are going to be the classes they're supposed to be, and they're icons from the last season. 1 of the 6 classes is going to be a purchased icon, that's the Rogue, and then 1 of the 6 classes is going to be a mismatch, right? It's going to be the Barbarian as a placeholder, because I want someone to still be able to earn the Guardian, and I think that's going to be fun. Yeah, the final boss of the campaign, at least from the perspective of that group, was very fun. Tiny creature fell asleep and the drunk guy is unconscious. Peace at last, says Twice Dead Mage. The reason we didn't get an iconic Rogue or Guardian is because we had access to a bunch of other cool classes. Why the Guardian when the Warden? Why the Rogue when the Brawler? That's true. Also, the Rogue was cursed. Yes, the Rogue died. There were a lot of dead Rogues in the campaign. Gleeful Kraken, Rogue, my beloved. What do you like about Rogue, Kraken? I'm curious. Twice said he fell down the stairs and went to his apartment. That explains it. How does classes get cursed? Well, I don't think they literally mean they were actually cursed, Rage. They just had a lot of deaths. They just the cursed is in the dice hated them, not as in the class itself was actually cursed. Although we did have a Rogue who built a spear that was a big thing of her iconic character that her Rogue carried. And then that spear slowly got more and more cursed as more Rogues died while wielding it. Node said 2 Rogues die and 1 make it to level 7. And the level 7 Rogue was very interesting. Rogue had the most deaths of every class in the campaign. That feels wrong, but it might be true. Yes, Corinne says funeral Fridays. Yeah, one of the players had their noble family in World had a potluck every Friday for funeral Fridays, where they would discuss all the mice that had died that week. And she lost a lot of rogues that way. Good morning, Kraken. Yeah, and like I said, Kraken, tell me what you like about Rogue. Rogues attract people doing silly gambling stuff too. I think Rogue makes people take stupid risks. It gives them permission. Yeah, I think it's interesting to me because maybe some of the off-ramps that people might have for not doing stupid stuff don't exist in All Mice Die. Because yes, you want to play conservatively because you want to live, and things are very dangerous and deadly. But the way that magic items work in All Mice Die is that in order to get a magic item, you have to do heroic deeds. You have to do crazy nonsense. So people would go, well, I could play it safe, but if I lost this character and instead had a cool magic sword, would I really feel like I lost something? And that sort of pushes you to kind of do more crazy stuff. And I think the people that played in Campaign 5 are really going to like the changes that we're making to heroic deeds. Because the new heroic deed system, I think, is going to be a lot smoother than the old one. Even though the old one was fun, we had a lot of fun with it. I think there were some pain points to it, and we'll probably talk about that in a second if I get caught up with chat. Gleeful Kraken says, 2 of the 4 campaigns I've played in, I've been a rogue, and it's generally the archetype I tend to embody in one-shots. Yeah, Rogue's a lot of fun. Rogue in this game, you can see potentially on screen, that there is this little triangle. This triangle represents the 3 sort of axes upon which classes are built, and those axes are leadership, combat, and utility. Now, again, this is a placeholder graphic. Nothing's in the right spot, but the rogue, when they are put in the correct location, will be between combat and utility, because you bring a rogue for a lot of the cool stuff they can do. A lot of the skills they can bring to the table are very, very useful, and they can be very effective in combat, and not everyone is very effective in combat. Twice Dead Mage says, Spear Rogue, that's unexpected. Actually, I think the spear was probably the most popular rogue weapon outside of maybe an enchanted tail or a bow. Node. Didn't help that the rogue's damage was kind of low early on, so I felt like, this class should be able to kill things fast enough, but then couldn't. Yeah, it needed some work because I missed some math stuff. They feel opposite of me, more daring and clever. Yes, the rogue has a lot of things that they can do, a lot of stuff that they can put to the table that'll be fun. One of the new rogue abilities that I'm looking forward to implementing lets them really lean into their utility, which I think will be fun. Rage says, I know a player who plays rogue characters almost every time they can in D&D and such. I wonder how they'd fare in All Mice Die. I mean, yeah, there's only 6 classes starting off for most people in the game at the end of the summer. So you should tell them to jump in, because they're very likely to get a rogue. And Gleeful says, it is fun to RP someone who's daring and clever. I agree. Node says, my surviving rogue had 2 tower shields. One was magic and was made of true steel, which in this game, there's supernatural materials or superior materials in this game that all change based on the season. But last year, on the last campaign, true steel had some really solid properties for being a shield. And a magic scorpion tail that replaced his actual tail, he walled up and stabbed over his shield. Yes, it was a very fun way of playing the character. I don't know if it was very repeatable by people that didn't have higher level characters to gift them shiny magic shields and a cursed tail to cut off their own tail and wield, but it was really fun. Has the 4E dagger supremacy been dethroned in this game? So that's what Rage asks. That's a longer answer. Yes and no. So the way that equipment is going to work for Campaign 6, which is the Age of the Oak, you can put on whatever requirements you want and whatever bonuses you want onto a base weapon, and then you can fluff it however you want. So if you wanted a dagger and you wanted to be able to stab somebody with it and throw it and have no extra requirements, you could make that dagger and make it, I think that would be you could make your dagger a D6, and it would be just a stabby weapon. But you can also flavor that as being a dart, or you can flavor that as being different things. The sort of descriptions is up to you, but the weights of how you build a weapon are a little different. All of the weapon pieces are a la carte rather than having a list that you pull from. Gleeful Kraken says, I've been trying to play a healer lately with mixed results. Well, I have good news and bad news for you. There are no healers in All My Sty. Healing is time. You can heal with potions, and the Alchemist can be a class that will help make your potions have a bigger bang for their buck. But there's no healer class in All My Sty, and typically speaking, if you're below 0, you're not unconscious, right? When you are dying in All My Sty, you're still on your feet and fighting, but you go from fighting to dead, and there's no middle ground. There's no, I passed my turn because I'm bleeding out here. It's either I'm fighting and I can do something and be interacting in the combat, or I'm dead. I haven't eaten. I don't think Dagger has ever been supreme outside of 4E. Dagger like in 3.5 edition, especially near the beginning of the edition, Dagger was just better than everything else you could do for the most part. There were some ways you could build like whips and stuff to be better, but for the most part, Dagger was pretty overpowered. Rage says, I have invented aluminium. Aluminum is actually a superior material that is available, and it does cool stuff. Name Guy says, but playing to my favorite class with enough willpower, anything and everything is possible. Yes. If you put enough willpower into it, if you believe in yourself enough, magic can get it done. Repeatable. Almost certainly. Fun as hell with a perfect storm happening. Absolutely. I don't know what that's in response to. But Rage says, fluff is king. Fluff is free, my beloved. Fight with two-handed pole daggers. Yeah, do it. If you want to make a spear do a spear thing, if you're just gonna I'm gonna take a stick and I'm gonna tie a dagger to the end of it and call it a pole spear, sure. The game called Die doesn't have a healer. Shock. Yeah. The game wasn't always called All My Sty. That was the decision made by Campaign 5. The game was called Dice Mice for a long time. But when I talked to a lawyer about getting that name, stamped with the trademark office or whatever, there was another game called Mice Dice, and the lawyer said it's too close. You can't do that unless you get a permission from the people who hold the trademark to do a disambiguation to say, hey, this other guy has the trademark. We are Dice Mice. If you're looking for Mice Dice, here's a link to those other people. I had to get permission from them, and it was not something I want to do and not an easy thing to do, so we polled the community and changed the name based on community feedback. And when somebody said at some point, one of the original playtesters back from Campaign 1 said, someone said All Mice Die, and then they responded with, but not all mice truly live. I was pretty sold from that point. That was a banger line. I liked it a lot. Having some strongly encouraged refluffing makes it easier to make spicy concepts. I agree with you, Rage. BST says, didn't know that about 5e Dagger. Yeah, I don't remember a lot of stuff. Naked Dwarf with 2 daggers, a classic from Twice Dead Mage. No, I'm remaking my rogue. That's what my last comment was in Reverse. Oh yeah, remaking the rogue would be fun. There's nothing against a rogue with a shield. You need a lot of stats in order to be very effective as a rogue with a shield, but having a shield is a good way to live. Although, for the people that played in Campaign 5, shields are, I think, overall slightly weaker in Campaign 6, but not by a ton. Let's see. BST says, I had a player fall into that category by accident. He was terrifying. Yeah, branding. I love the pun of All Mice Die too. Mice Dice versus Dice Mice would be a wild lawsuit. Yeah, and the game, it was interesting when we looked into the patent for the guy that does Mice Dice. He had kept that patent for a long time. So it was something he actually, he or she genuinely cared about. But I sent him a message and he, to this day, never responded. So I'm glad we changed the name. And, the All Mice Die concept stuff has been a ton of fun to play around with. And I think wearing sort of the default lethality of the system on its sleeve by having the word die in the name, I think that's just going to be better overall for people, so they have a good expectation. Well, it is 4 o'clock. I believe that means the Kickstarter is officially over. It is officially closed. We did not make it to the 6,000. Party. But, so I won't be doing too many trap stuff tonight, as that was our last stretch goal. But I am super psyched that it got done. And I'll be chilling with chat for as long as people have it. As long as people want to sit and chill and talk. I've got some other little things to talk about. I'll have to pause as soon as he wakes up, because he is going to wake up ravenous. Let's see. Raid makes it easier to Google All Mice Die and get the correct result too. That is very true. Twice Dead says, my game was named Shadow of the Horned Emperor for a long time. Turns out Shadow of the Blank is a game line. Interesting. Ta-da! Thank you, Lethal Kraken. Now it is Reign of the Horned Emperor. Nice. Reign of the Horned Emperor makes me think of, is it Reign of the Horned King? Is that what it's called? The what is his name? There's a well-known ridiculous Skaven character in Warhammer Fantasy whose name just eludes me, but he serves the Horned King, which is the Skaven god, and I think one of the books, one of the stories with him in it is the Reign of the Horned King, which is cool because I like some Warhammer Fantasy stuff. So yeah, the campaign is officially over. Thank you guys so much for your support, but it being over means we are just getting started. So, we had on screen a little bit, the Horned Rat. We had on screen a little bit kind of what the stuff is going to look like. So I pulled that back up so you guys can see. This is all concepting, but this is what we're looking into for the design of the character sheets. The character sheets are all going to be front back. So each of the character sheets are going to have this big full art thing, and don't worry that we've got some weird overlapping stuff. If you look, there's stuff that's been dragged from another screen that's in the middle of his hand that doesn't fit. But this is roughly the outline for the front of the sheet. So you'll be able to play quite a bit of the game. If you've just picked up the game and you just want to have the quickest easy entry, you're going to have an explanation of handing it out to your players. They can look at the top of it and say, oh, this is a quick explanation of who is this character? Why would I pick this person? Choose if I like to play blah, 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 blah. They can pick their character, and also they can leave it on this side, which is very mechanics light and very sort of pretty picture forward, and leave it like this until they need to do something specific. And you can see on the right-hand side there's a thing that says travel roles. And if you've backed the campaign, you'll know this really quickly, or if you've played the game, you'll know there's a lot. At the beginning of the session, knowing what your role is as you travel, as you do overland encounters, you do random encounters, and you try to make it from A to B, it is most of what you're doing at the beginning of the game. And then a little bit of that will be in trained skills. And when you need it, when you're like, all right, we need something more specific, this is our prototype for the back of the character sheet. That's got a lot more of the crunch in it. And, we're working at doing a bunch of things here. The idea of these sort of Triforce looking triangles, these symbols, are everywhere in the game. The number 3 is very important. It's how spells are always a combination of 3 things. There's a lot of use of 3 in the game as a signal to let people know 3s are important. You find 2 of a thing that seem to be linked together, there's a pretty decent chance there's a third of that thing somewhere, because 3 is a very important number. And then one of the things that I'm looking forward to, this is a thing that the artist is working on right now, or one of the artists that we're using is working on right now, is making all of the pre-generated weapons. We can sort of look down here on this spear, right? Making the pre-generated weapons in such a way that it's very difficult to be confused on what damage it is and how it works, right? Even if you know nothing about how the combat in this game works, you should be able to look at something that says, oh, on the handle of this weapon, it says +1 to hit. So whenever I learn how to make a hit roll, I'm rolling that and adding 1. And if I stab him with the pointy end, I'm doing a D10 piercing, and if I hit him with the back end, I'm doing a D8 bludgeoning, right? So we're building in some design stuff as best we can to make it as intuitive as possible for brand new players, right? So you can have people that, maybe have never played a TTRPG before and can just pick it up and run forward with it. Ready for battle? No, I'm not. Yeah. How many skills are there again? Yeah, you can see the skills on the back of the sheet. The spell icon concept discussed so far seem really interesting. Yeah, even if it's an early stage. I'm looking forward to tinkering with what sort of spell icons and stuff we do. Got to scoot to work. Gleeful Kraken, thank you very much for popping in and saying hey. But giving you guys some sneak peeks, some early looks at what these things look like, so you can sort of see something of what you're going to be getting when it comes to the full campaign itself. And, if you happen to be watching this and you didn't back the campaign, you are still welcome to join in the game. The quick start play games that I'm going to be running are going to be for people who backed the campaign. But those are not the only games I'm going to be running. At the end of the summer, I'm going to be running the Age of the Oak, and that is specifically for my Patreon members. People who join the Patreon will be able to play. So it's $5 a month, get you access to as many games you want to play. You want to play 10 games that month? Okay. You got to find 10 things to go do, right? You got to be motivated. You got to have goals, or you don't get to play in sessions. If you have no goals, you got nothing to do. So if you've got goals, you got things you want to go do, you've got time to play, you can play as much as you want. And if the people who backed the Quick Start, not only will they be able to play in any of the Quick Start games that I run, but I will default to running, if we've got 15 people that sign up, and some people have played and some people have not played yet, I'm going to default to letting the people who have not played yet first. But if we've only got 4 people playing, and you're free, and you're like, oh, well, I've already played the Quick Start, you can play again. Do it again. I'm game for it. It can be really fun to play multiple times. I've heard that from basically everyone who's played multiple times, that the second run through was very enlightening. And then for anyone who played, who backed, they will also get, at a time of their choosing, 1 month of the Patreon access, so you can play in all the games, you can see all the Patreon content that's getting put out there. And if you turn on your Patreon, you're like, hey, maybe at the beginning of the campaign, I'm going to come out the gate swinging, and you like it, then you can say, cool, I think this is worth my $5 a month. And you can put the $5 forward, and you can play until it's not fun anymore. Or if you think, nah, not for me, but I know how to play now, and I can now run it for my friends, also perfectly game to go do that. And the last little thing about this, and then I'm gonna have to go and change a diaper real quick, and we'll pause and be back in a moment. The last little bit is for anyone who does stay with the campaign long term, anyone who does play with us in the Age of the Oak, half of whatever I get, so you put in money toward the Patreon, they take their cut, half of whatever I get at the end of that process, I will give as a stacking discount to the PDF copy of the game when the full game does release in 2027. So at the end of next year, when we kickstart the full copy of the game, the way I'm hoping it's going to line up is if you play for the full campaign, you'll just get a copy of the game at the end of the next campaign. You just get a coupon that gives you a free copy. That is my hope. Rage says, unrelated question, are there any plans to make level 2 characters more useful, since level 1 seemed more useful for Schrodinger skills, whereas level 2 characters may not be as useful? Yes. So basically the rule last time was that you had to spend your points when you level up, and we found that rule was generally unpopular. So that's one of the things. Also, the level 2 abilities, a lot of abilities have been moved around. And the level 2 abilities, in many cases, are the abilities that are useful for exploration, right? They're the abilities that are, how am I making this guy have more utility? How am I feeding into the concept of West Marches a lot more than previously? So a lot of the level 2 abilities will be default helpful in those ways. And you do get more skill points to spend, if you're fewer Schrodinger skills, but you can also plan a little bit better. So you don't have, for people that have not played, at level 1, when you make a level 1 character, you will have a certain number of skill points that you can devote. And if you devote 2 points to any skill, and you can only put those in a class skill. So like a rogue would not be able to put 2 points in history, but they would be able to put 2 points in sneak or in thievery. If you put 2 points, you get a special ability that is tied to that skill. But you don't spend those points until you make that check. So it's not something you build at character creation. When you go out on an adventure, and it is now time to make a stealth check, that is the time that you put a point in stealth if you want to. You can hold on to it, and you can make a stealth check and then decide later, I think I should have a point, or I think I should have 2 points in stealth. Put 1 point in, and decide later in the session, no, I should have a second point in stealth. You can add it in, right? They're spend when you want to make that roll. But it is designed so that for the people that are long-term players, and they look at a level 1 that wants to come adventure with them, they're not looking at them as level 1 that's just useless, right? They're not a crippled high-level character. They are Schrodinger's character. They are someone who has many, many options for what they can actually bring to the table, and they won't know until their skills sort of collapse into whatever is useful for the adventure. So level 1 characters are very valuable in that way. And then also, as the player, you're never going to make a history nerd at level 1 and then never have that come up in session, right? You're never going to make a history nerd that doesn't go out that goes on a mission, doesn't encounter any cool historical nonsense. You're only going to make the history nerd if you make a character who goes out and encounters cool historical nonsense. So it kind of helps on both sides of the coin. The other players want to bring you more, and you get to reflect what you're actually doing at the table a little bit better. So I don't know what level it's going to be, but Scout and Druid had some level 2 abilities with skills, dice, random encounter rolls. Yes, that is another. A lot of those things are level 1 if you are a utility primary class, level 2 if you're a non-utility primary or secondary class, and then level 3 if you're a utility secondary class for your like re-rolls and skill stuff. Name guide. Plus they get a marginal boost to defenses, attack, damage. Yeah, the level 2 characters are mathematically a little bit better, but I don't think, I think the level 2 boost for your ability is really going to be where the difference is they're talking about the lack of Schrodinger skills. Heck, even Barbarian got a 2-hit, let them bonus to skill checks and chosen skill for one scene limited number of times a day. Yeah, which is one of those things, right? The Barbarian ability at 2 was something that gave them a lot of utility, and it fit really well with West Marches. And so that has stayed their level 2 ability. But some of the things that weren't like that were level 2 abilities, have been changed to be more like that. And some of the things that were like that, but they weren't level 2, have been moved to level 2 to kind of give you more of an oomph. And then your secondary archetype is oftentimes level 3. So your fighter ability at level 1 fighter ability is a combat ability. That is what it is. Your level 2 ability as a fighter, it's a specific ability for West Marches play. It is better for if you can move things around and if you can play in a bigger community. That ability is what that does. And then their level 3 ability, it is an ability that's tied to their secondary role. Fighters are combat leadership classes. So they get their combat ability at 1, and they get their leadership ability at 3. Because they used to get it at 5, but the way that the classes are structured and balanced now, they're structured around a little bit more of a predictive way of doing it. And I think it's going to make the class rewards feel a little bit, you're going to really know your role a little bit better as a class and what you're bringing with you. All right. Collapse the mouse wave function, yes. Quantum mouse does. Twice Dead Mage, gotta go. Good luck and congratulations. Thank you very much. For everybody else that is here, I am going to hop off for about 5 minutes while I go and change a diaper and get a bottle, but I'm not going to pause the stream. So if you see people pop in, I'm going to put a note here to say I will be right back, and then I will be back in just a moment. All right, tiny human. I know your rage is infinite, but give me a moment to type, and I will sate thy hunger. All right. Baby time. I shall return. back for just a moment while the bottle warms. But just so people know, I don't normally DM with a baby. The plan was not to have my son today. Or well, he was going to be here, but my mother-in-law was going to come over and help watch him. But life happens. So that is not how today resolved. And like I said much earlier in the stream, I'm dad first and DM second. So the kiddo comes first. Mice dance on the table. Yeah, what type of Battleborn effect? So, I said earlier that for people that were here in the last campaign, people that are not familiar with the game, that I would discuss a little bit of magic item nonsense. And I will do that now, and in a second go in more detail when I come back with the bottle. But the short version is that very few magic items are acquired from other places. You don't generally get magic items as loot. Most magic items are created through heroic deeds. They're created through daring do. Now, last campaign, that was sometimes a point of confusion because it was really hard at the end of a session to go back and think about the highlight moments. My idea was that it'd be pretty easy. In practice, it was a little hard, and people would also feel bad about voting for themselves, or like they feel like they're being pushy for trying to push for them being the person who got the check to be the magic item for that session. And so one of the changes moving forward, and just an explanation for people who are not familiar with the system, is characters have house words, they have bloodline sigils, or they have character traits. So something that either is specific to that character or that unites all of the characters that a specific player is in charge of. And once per session, they can invoke their trait or their bloodline to do a thing. And there's a format for it, which says, okay, in this situation, I would normally do X, but because my character is Y, I'm going to do Z instead. I'm going to use my invocation. And so it's sort of placing a little flag saying, hey, this is a moment where the plot is changing, where the world is different, where I'm making a choice based on who I am and what I'm all about. And so at the end of the session, then we can look at those invocation moments and see, oh, did one of those invocations have a big outsized impact, right? The character says, well, we're at a big dark hole and we should be really careful and look around it and shouldn't jump in face first, but because my character trait is reckless, I'm going to jump into the hole and see what happens. And then say, I'm going to use my invocation, I'll get a rank of aid, so I'll get a minor benefit for doing it. And then at the end of the session, the DM will have written down, okay, here's where the invocations for the sessions, and those will be the thing on the list for the heroic deeds. So it should make it a little bit easier to help develop what your heroic deeds are. And it should make it easier for people to have that feeling of like, oh, I don't want to vote for myself. I don't want to be pushy about my own thing, because they have much more control, right? Oh, and hey, don't forget about me. I did an invocation this game, so you have a thing that says I'm not being pushy, but I should definitely be on the list, right? You have a clear flag, a clear indication. And the idea of Battleborn is the same concept applied to kids, right? You do heroic things, you do crazy stuff. Magic coalesces and immortalizes that moment as an item. That's the heroic deed. By the same token, if you work with other members of the campaign, because these are noble families, and you mix your bloodlines, you make an attempt to have these creatures, the mice know that children born on the battlefield, battle-born children, for some reason, are more powerful. And the reason is it's the world making a heroic deed check on the children. So the children can be born battle-born, they can be born cursed, they can have all kinds of crazy stuff, and that will be that'll be really, really fun. So I'll be back. I'm going to get the bottle. If you've played it last time, or if you have opinions on that system for creation of magic items, go ahead and give me your opinions, and then I'll be back feeding the bottle. Be back in just a moment. All right. So Node and the name guy, who I believe is Ferdinand, are icons and players from Campaign 5. And they have both said, basically, this new system sounds good. And I hope that's the case for everybody that's played in the past. Because I do feel like this is a relatively minor change to a system that was very popular. And I think that it is going to remove a lot of the things that ended up being controversial, maybe too strong, but were pain points. Were pieces where people are like, well, I don't really know if this thing counted as a heroic deed moment. Rather than trying to like reverse engineer that at the end of the session when everyone's tired or writing their AARs or doing whatever they're doing, instead of doing that at the end, you can have that moment where the player says, I'm going to use my invocation. My trade is blank. I'm going to use my trade to do blank. The DM can say, okay, I think that counts, right? Sounds good to me. That is them giving their stamp of approval, so that counts as a possible thing for your heroic D check at the end of the session. And then if you don't do that, then you know, oh yeah, it doesn't qualify. Or if you do it and the DM goes, I don't really know if that counts per se. Like I feel like that's what's going on. Or you do it and the table goes, yeah, you did make a different choice, but it didn't end up like doing anything. It didn't end up really mattering, right? So the idea is this should give us that check-in with the DM in the moment. It should give us, as players, the ability to kind of plant the flag and say, hey, I'm doing the thing. And it also should give us that second part to where we can go, okay, we know exactly what the thing is that caused things. Did we actually get the thing done? Sorry, I'm getting texts from peoples. Making sure that my kids are all taken care of. They are good. And I can pay attention to the stream. So Node, oh, people said some stuff. Node says, my trade is arrogant. I'm going to piss off this Wraith Lord and start a boss fight because I'm trying to keep my weapon I found as loot. Going to use an invocation for this. Yes. And here's the thing, right? If you do that and you don't manage to piss off the Wraith Lord and start the fight, then it's obvious, no, that wasn't a heroic deed. But if you do it and you die, it was still heroic. I mean, it was still a dramatic thing that happened, but it's also obvious that, you know, it caused a change. You know, or if, you know, whatever leads from that action is different than maybe the smart thing to do or different from what your character might do otherwise, it should be a really clear thing. It was definitely hard to invoke your trait or claim a heroic deed, so I like this mix and a clear call out from Corinne. Yeah, I hope it'll work a lot better as a way to clarify these things. Node says again, I had the opposite problem on Nidal. His trait was arrogant and it was really easy to invoke. Yes. Problem was it caused problems for everyone else. The other thing is with an invocation, right? When you do that check-in, not only is it for the DM, say, yeah, I think this will actually lead to a dramatic moment. Let's totally do this. But you're also explicitly checking in with the other players, right? You're telling the other players, hey guys, I know that this might not be the smart choice to do, but I think this will be the dramatic choice to do, which does give the other players a sort of obvious time to chime in and be like, yeah, maybe don't punch the Wraith Lord. We want to live. So let's not do that thing. And to have that moment, have that check-in, I think will work sort of both ways. For the name guy says, which again I think is Ferdinand, is my only thought is that my wizard, I played him like a spaz, but all the time. It feels odd to invoke his trait, do something else, when I think he would do it anyways. I think I'll adapt though. Yeah, we'll see. You know, this is not a perfected system, right? This is something that might end up having a little bit of iteration on it before it gets to the full rulebook. But I feel, you know, looking at all of my notes, I took notes on almost every heroic deed that happened last season, which was over 70 heroic deeds that are non-upgrade heroic deeds, right? That are magic item creation. There was like 72, 71, something like that. I then took notes on each of those. I didn't take notes on the upgrades, or I didn't take them on every upgrade. But it was a pretty constant pain point. So I think this will help alleviate that pain point by a significant margin, even if it does nothing else. Corinne says, Emmy was so cautious. Was she always cautious? So it didn't really invoke the special stuff. That's the thing, right? The idea is to say, what I think I might want to, what I, the player, thinks I want to do in this situation is blank. But because my character is this other thing, I think the more dramatic thing, I think the more appropriate thing is this secondary piece. So you might be able to say, yeah, Emmy would always act cautious like this, but it is Emmy's caution that is specifically driving the plot here to do something that is dramatic, right? That's the sort of call it. It's not a once a day I can act like my character. It's once a day doing what my character would do ends up being a positive thing for you and for the game, rather than being sort of a meme-worthy bit of commentary. Yeah, I know, it's the worst. But it is the worst that has ever happened. It's like being punched in the face with a thorn bush. How dare. My son eats his bottle. He gets the end. And he says, why is there not more food? There should always be more food. Trick, if you give him... Whoa, sorry, that was very loud. If you give him more food, he will throw it up. And even if you don't, you still throw it up. Just like that. Yeah, boss man? Yeah. Sorry, I keep knocking over my phone. My giant phone case is being quite loud. All right. So, full transparency for people as well. Why is the rum gone? Why is the rum always gone? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Do you want to relax and chill? Want to be cool? Be cool, boss? I don't know if I can be seen if I lean back. Let me look. Pull up the stream. Yes. So full transparency, I have never run a Kickstarter before. I'm going to be using the Kickstarter Pledge Manager, right? Which I assume I have access to, and I can see all the cool stuff now that the campaign has ended. So, you will get an update from me tonight or tomorrow, going over kind of what we're doing for the end of the campaign, or the end of the Kickstarter campaign, and what to expect timeline-wise moving forward. I don't know what those tools are going to look like yet. And if I have problems with any of the tools, I'll use the Kickstarter update system, which will update you on the website, but also send you an email to let you know what all is going on. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Trauma. Yeah. Ultimate trauma. Father's not using his whole body and both of his hands and his eyes to look directly at me. I must rage. Yeah, it's okay. But I'll let people know. So for the things that we've got going on, the adventure is done. It's runnable. It's playable. However, I realized near the end of all of my playtest runs, I was going to write an explanation. I have an extra page basically to use. And in that page, I was going to use sort of a primer for how different creatures react to mice. Like, this is what weasels typically think of mice, things like that. And then some of the extra space that I had was also going to go into expectations for how the Quick Start is different from playing in the campaign. For anyone who just has played the Quick Start or just has run the Quick Start, what is this doing? What are the shortcuts being taken in this adventure that are going to be a little bit different looking for the campaign? And as I was writing that section, one of the things that I was going to write in that section was that the campaigns, like when the actual campaigns happen, you very rarely have singular objective missions. A mission where we're going to go do this thing and it's the only thing anyone cares about. Now, it is pretty much mandatory to have a specific goal in mind, but the difference is in the quick start, there's one goal and there are other things to do, but there aren't other explicit goals that you're bringing in with you as a player. And then I realized when I was writing that section that while that is true, it doesn't have to be true. It would be relatively easy for me to rewrite part of the adventure, the sort of intro and some of the outro sections of the adventure, to be able to make it to where there were multiple branching plot points that you could go and explore. There were multiple objectives, and even to have some side objectives in the further reading that explains how you level up for if you wanted to run the adventure multiple times and they completed one of the objectives, we had to make a new primary objective, right? And once I realized, I could have done this better, I made the decision that, yeah, I am going to do that. So while you'll get a version of the game, of the rules that have that singular objective, I am going to rewrite that section, because I think, while yes, this is just ready to be given out to people, right? Because the adventure is done, it's playable and runnable. I want to make it the best version of this adventure that I can. And by that same token, when I do end up sending out the PDF plain text version of the adventure before we put it into stuff, if you look through that and you find typos, you find weird wording, you find things you have a problem with, you find whatever, by all means, please respond. Please let me know, because I've spent a lot of time. I have someone who I've hired that I'm going to be paying to professionally proofread the finished product before we send it off to the printers. But no matter how much work any of us do, there's always going to be stuff that we miss. And if you give feedback about something that is there, it is just going to be making it better for everybody. So just kind of let me know if there is something that you think, I think this could be done differently. Even if it's I have questions about these things. When I had a couple of DMs run the quick start that were not me. One of those DMs gave as their feedback, hey, the way that the rogue ability works, the pre-gen rogue ability, it doesn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense to the player. And when I went through it and I kind of thought about it from a complete new player's perspective, I went, yeah, I could rewrite the rogue ability to make it more clear. So even if it's not like a typo, right? Even if it's just feedback, it might be something that I could actually do. We'll say if I find any stray wordings and whoopsies. Yes, please do. Vincent says, don't worry, I'm sure the team of 91 editions will let you hear it. Yes. Yeah, the 91 backers hopefully will include some people that will be like, hey, you missed this, or this. And I can say, yes. And there always going to be some stuff. So go back to aiming up again. Another change, right, that I don't know if it is on the update. I'll be putting this in text when I send this out. Another change that I noticed when I was looking at printing stuff is that I was initially planning on printing quite a few handouts for the players. And I don't think it is worth the printing cost to do that. And I had sort of budgeted for, all right, we're going to make a really nice, pretty version of each of the characters to print off and then have these handouts. And then I thought about it a little bit more after I had sort of made that decision and budgeted everything. And I realized that the budget would be better spent doing something slightly different, which is to make 2 copies of each of the pre-gens. So rather than one pretty copy of each of the pre-gens and one pretty copy of each of the handouts as the thing that gets printed, the plan is to have in the PDF version the handouts, have as much of the handouts built into the character sheets as we can, but then have the printed version have 2 copies of each of the characters. Because it is reasonably common when you play through, if you're playing in a group of 6, when somebody dies, they'll want to pick up a character. Well, typically speaking, you want to change characters when you die and you pick up a new one. So if you're playing 6 and there's 6 classes, all of them are being used, right? All the pre-gens are being used. If you were the fighter and the fighter died, there's no pre-gens unclaimed if there's only one copy of each one. So it'd be kind of putting it on them to share or to swap or to print off another version or to play the same character again, and all those seem bad options. So my idea is I'm going to still include the handouts on the app and on the PDF, but in the printed copies, I think it is more worthwhile for getting the pretty nice versions of things to have 2 copies of the character sheets rather than 1 copy of the character sheets and 1 copy of the handouts. So, if you have opinions on that, I don't know if anyone would, but if you have opinions on that, let me know, because it's another one of those things of, could I have figured that out early on in testing? Maybe. Did I? No. Do I think it's better to do it this way? Yeah. And if I had infinite budget, then I would just print cool versions of everything. And then you'd never have to switch. I'm going to put my son down over here and see if he dies. All right, my son. Here we are. Thus the dancing owls are engaged once more. We have potentially a few moments of silence. All right, let me look at stream. People still here. 9 people here right now, maybe? That is very cool. If you are here and you have opinions, you have things you want me to cover, sign off. Let me know what's going on. I'm gonna check stuff while I have hands for just a moment. Yes, our iconic rogue sent me a very nice message. Thank you very much for dropping in. It's been a pleasure talking to you and meeting you. And if people do not have stuff, then not having infinite money probably helps a tad with the creative process, though. I don't know. I feel like if I had infinite money, or if I had... So, I'll say this. I am adjacent to, in my family, some pretty radical wealth. So it is not, you don't have to go very far in the family tree in one direction to get to people who are very, very wealthy. If I was in their position, if I had the type of wealth that it was not infinite, but I could reasonably dump $100,000 into this project and not notice an impact on my everyday life, which is not true for me. My financial situation is not such that I could dump $100,000 into this project and not care, right? I would have other uses for that money. But if I was in that position, it would be really, really nice to focus exclusively on the parts that I love, the parts that I enjoy. When I talk about running things for, like, how I prep for sessions and running for West Marches, and the reason why random encounter tables and random stuff is very helpful, the idea and the philosophy is you want to get around to do as much as you can, to do all the things that you're required to do for session easily, and then take the rest of the time that you have for prep, the rest of the time that you have before you get to run a game, to do all the things you are inspired to do. And so for me, if I had a lot of resources, all that would really change for me would be all of the things that I feel required to do, I would outsource, right? The art for my game, I'm not good at drawing maps. Drawing maps frustrates me any more than like drawing it on a piece of paper. I have several different like Dungeon Draft and some other design tools. I'm just not good at making pretty maps. They frustrate me. I'm really good at designing them in my head. I'm really good at making them, drawing them out on a piece of paper and making all the pieces work and making the elevation function and kind of 3D mapping in my head. I'm good at that part. but translating it into something that's pretty for other people to use, I'm not good at. So that would be what would change. I would have better looking art. I would have a lot more like mechanical systems, and I'd be running just a ton of games. So, and one of the things that I'm really hoping for is, if I can have what I consider to be success in this campaign. What I consider to be success is we get to December and we have 60 Patreon members playing in the game. That is my bar for success. And then next year, when we run the campaign, when we run the Kickstarter for the full game, we're going to be aiming for $60,000. Right? I want 60 Patreon members in December, and I want $60,000 for the full game next year. And that's the Kickstarter thing that'll have, the rest of the icons as purchasable that have not been done in Campaign 6 and the Age of the Oak. That'll have like the full copies of the books and the binders and the world building book and the STL files and all the other, like, it'll be a full campaign, right? It'll have all the bells and whistles. If that funds, then that would mean I can take anything beyond, I hope, anything beyond that baseline 60 grand break even and dump all of that money into All Men Die, which is the game that I want to do, I won't say after this, but it is the next iteration of All Mice Die. All Men Die has a lot of the same principles that All Mice Die has, and it should always be reverse compatible. So that anything I make for All Men Die, it'll be really easy to refluff and put it into All Mice Die. The rules engine is going to be the same. And what I'm hoping is that will functionally, right, if I can snowball the success forward, that'll functionally give me the ability to, when it is time to run the campaign, when it is time to design for All Men Die, that I can say, great, we have a budget. That's not just me spending money. We have a budget for art. We have a budget for layout. We have a budget to be able to pay Meta money to run Facebook ads, to be able to run stuff. And that's my hope, right? It is not, it's not gold-plated books or whatever. It is I want to be able to have the money to sort of live the idyllic Kickstarter dream. I have a cool idea and I have the motivation and I can run these cool games. Help me fund the logistics that let me be able to run fun games for you. And that is my whole dream. That is my whole dream for everything I'm doing here. And I feel blessed that I'm potentially going to be able to do that. Like the capacity for me to be able to do that feels wild. And I think we've got a real shot. I think the people that I gained from Campaign 5, so Corinne and Tisha, so Corinne's the graphic designer that we're working with. She is the iconic bard. She was one of the players in Campaign 5. I feel absolutely blessed to have her on my team. To have her wanting to work for us is amazing. She does amazing work. You're seeing some of her work on screen now, and when I look at this, it's kind of low resolution, but this is one of the creature cards. One of the creature card concepts for the creatures. They look really cool, and they should be very easy to use once you get used to kind of where everything goes on the page, right? Once you get used to translating what this creature card means. And if you're looking at this and you know the rules, like this is a prototype, so nothing on here makes sense. The hawk does not have a staff. The lot of stuff here is just placeholders. But a lot of the stuff will be forward facing. A lot of the stuff will be something we can reuse for All Men Die and update for All Men Die rather than recreating all of this stuff. And I feel really blessed to have Corinne doing all this stuff and working with us. Tisha is building this just baller app. She was the person that played the iconic Warlord. And I feel so happy to be working with people who are getting inspired by the project, that are being able to be passionate with me, and to be able to look forward and see, I have so much stuff to do that we can check off the boxes of a lot of these other game systems and a lot of these other projects that frustrate me for different reasons, where it's not going to be something I make and then it goes fallow, right? Like, oh, I made this thing and now I'm on to my next new thing. No, everything is going to be together. We can run the mice game. We can run the dinosaur game, which is All Men Die. We can run these things and do cool stuff together and be able to play more fun games. Rage says, I hope we'll eventually get full copies of the game to EU once the full game releases, so I can so I can gift it to all my TTRPG friends. Yes. So one of the things that I am planning to do for the full game is having it printed in multiple places so that the shipping is not insane. And I do have an EU printer that'll make it to where the shipping is not going to be ridiculous. I want mine encrusted with blue lizard skin. You know, it's funny. I assume that that's a joke. But one of the design ideas that we have for the binders, so the binders, it's a 3-ring binder, and then it has a flap that sort of closes it so it stays closed. Have you seen like old like Trapper Keepers and stuff? And one of the designs that we were using as a mock-up was a lizard, and the bright blue tail of the skink was the flap. So like it's not going to be an actual lizard leather, but it is cool that you mentioned that, because that was one of the things that I was talking to the manufacturer about potentially being able to do. Vince says, congratulations on your completion of step 1 of your journey. Thank you. So many people want to create things and give them life in the world. I know many who would like advice on how to do this. Must be very... Oh, Rachel, yes. And I'm hoping, I don't feel I have great advice on how to do the logistics and business side of this yet, but I am taking a lot of notes on things that I'm doing, mistakes that I'm making along the way. And I'm very much hoping that I will be able to give back, right? To be able to say to the people that come after me, hey, this is how I did this thing. One of the conversations I was having with somebody else on YouTube was, I don't imagine I'm ever going to make it to 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I just don't think that's going to be the thing. I don't have the desire to put in the editing work and to do the packaging and do all the thumbnail game and that sort of stuff. I don't think I'll ever get there. I think the content is good enough, and I don't think I have the desire to do the packaging. But one thing I did say is, if I ever did that, I think I would do, or even if I get to be medium-sized, right? If I get 50,000 subscribers, I want to do a once a month or something like that thing where I say, hey guys, here is a smaller channel doing really dope shit. You should go look at the cool stuff that they're doing, right? They're not getting picked up by the algorithm. You should go check them out. Because there's a lot of people there struggling and fighting on stuff. And I feel like if you've got a healthy, good community and you can sort of Eye of Sauron aim that at something as a force for good, you can sort of digitally raid somebody's channel. I think that's just going to be a positive. I think it's just going to be a win all the way around. I think Scrat, raided our group with some people, and I think it'll be good. So BST said, I see the 4E and that monster card. Yeah. I mean, listen, there's a lot of stuff about 4E D&D that they did wrong. But there's a lot of stuff they did right. And the ability to very quickly glance at a creature and know what's going on and know what you're doing was one of the things that they did right. I want to make this, the new 2.0 monsters, the way that they function is they get 3 action types. I want you to be able to glance at a thing, right? You look at this, although the numbers are nonsense for what Young Hawk does, but you glance at this and you say, oh, this guy's going to do something to you. He's got the little axe is a combat action, the little flag is leadership action, and the little wheel is utility actions. I know what he's going to do, right? I know how many actions I have to spend. And if he does any of those things, I know what the target number is. The target number is 17. I don't know what he's doing, but 17 is going to be how you avoid it. And I think that's going to be, it's going to make it easier to run, right? Once you get the translation, because there are certain systems that really truncate stuff. I think there's a way to distill it too far. I've run a decent chunk of Shadowdark. I still struggle to read a Shadowdark stat block quickly. It is very small and it is very economical in its space, but I almost feel like it's too economical in its space that I really have to think about what these things are and where they go. And there are some more complex sort of abilities or complex characters that I feel like I miss out a little bit on because the stat block doesn't completely support me. And one of the things that 4E did, for better or for worse, put everything on the stat block that you needed for that creature, right? It's not going to mention a spell that exists. That here is the Archmage with these 15 spells. Go look them up. No, none of that. If you have this thing, maybe the stat block might be a base stat block. It might be a template stat block. So you'd need some extra rolls. You'd need a cultural roll. You'd need something else to apply to it, right? But you're going to have that when you need it, right? You're not going to need to go look through a book to find it. I want it to be when you lay out your monsters, when you lay out your encounter and your monster cards, you don't need to go anywhere else. Everything here is right in front of you. Everything you need is ready to roll. Someone said, Rachel, it must be very cathartic to be able to file away all the things that annoy you and tinker with all the challenges of making your own game. Yeah, man, there was so much stuff during Campaign 5 that I would notice that needs to be fixed. And some of it, I was like, oh, I have a solution for this. And the solution's not very disruptive. I can go ahead and implement this out. And we had patch notes for Campaign 5. Like, hey, this is the patch. This is the stuff that we're going to change to fix these things that I notice. But by and large, they were things that I was like, I got to fix this stuff, but I can't implement it yet. And it was you say it's nice to be able to do that. It was not easy. I always struggled with where that line was. And I tended to default into making a lot of my changes minor and nerfs infrequent. But man, there was so much stuff that it was obvious needed to get changed by the end of the campaign that I just had to say, all right, I'm going to file that away. I'm going to fix the rule. And then occasionally struggle because I was remembering what the rule will have developed to be later versus what the rule is now. And that was always sort of a back and forth thing for me. Helping, and the amplification beam would be so nice. I think it's just a good thing. There's some channels, like there's some Twitch streamers and stuff that do that as well. And I just think it's a positive community thing, right? I'm big on community. It's one of the reasons West Marches is so fun is because the community element is so cool. And I want to do that. I want to give back. The item bloat of 40 is something I don't miss. I agree. Magic items felt, so for people that don't know, fourth edition D&D, the design space for magic item and the design space for feat were very close to one another. Like, they were technically different things, but functionally, when you built your character, you were thinking about the two things in tandem, and there was a ton of overlap. And I think that was one of the primary mistakes of fourth edition. And it is something I definitely don't want to repeat. I do not miss that. BST says, I just got back. Why does it have the same power twice? It's because this is a template BST. It is not, it's a template. This is a short answer. None of the things on here are actually what this thing has. It is just placement. So like, if you look at sneak 18M, lookout 14M, none of those make any sense if you know the game, because it's basically impossible to have a master level skill be 14 like that. You would be crippled if that was the case. I mean, I guess technically you could have, no, you'd have to have a -6 to that stat. Yeah, it would be basically impossible to get 14 as a master. But this is just what the template will end up looking like. I like the font to not be too tiny at old eyes and poor lighting. Yeah. So one of the things that I talk about this a little bit when I'm talking about different types of random encounters and talking about different tools for DMs is accessibility. And accessibility has a bunch of different things that are important. Some people want the version of the magic card, of the card that is basically a magic card, and that'll fit into what they're doing, and you'll be able to just kind of pop it together and you're slam, bam, thank you, ma'am, you're done. And being able to have it in a small thing and being really small print is fine. Some people are going to want it in an app. They're going to want a digital version. Some people are going to want it in a format that is easy to see and have in bigger text and things like that. And that's the goal here. The goal is to have all of them. And the goal, which is going to be really hard for monsters if I can do this, but I want to try at least, is to also have an audio version where, if you're a DM and you've got an earbud or something and you can like put the earbud in and be like, all right, what does this guy do? And have it read the ability to you. That would be my preference, because I want it to be if you care about, I just want these little cards. I've got like a sheet of cards. I'm going to print these monsters out, and I've got like a 3x3 grid, right? You've got the little plastic top loader pages. You can have one of those clipped into your binder. This is a whole set of random encounters in this one page. And that is how I'm going to run things. That's how I want people to be able to do it. People want it to be blown up to be bigger. They should be able to do that, and they should be able to have it digitally. And if I can, I should be able to have it read to them as well. BST says, hey, here's what this thing can do. An explanation. Go stop the game for 10 minutes to look it up and get distracted style of design. Yes, that is super frustrating to me. One of the things that we're struggling with right now when we're talking about presentation is exactly how much explanation goes on a stat block, how much explanation goes on a card. Because when it comes to certain abilities, you can just give the vibes of whatever it is, or you can really support it and kind of expressly explain the whole thing. And there's positives and minuses to each one. We've got a couple different versions of the stat blocks that we're tinkering with. And I don't know what the final answer is going to be. And I might put this out to backers, right? When you're getting the plain text version of it, of the PDF, be able to say to you, hey guys, here's what this version looks like, and here's what this version looks like. Which would you rather see on the thing? Because it is a hard choice for me. There's a lot of pros and cons. I think the version that we're going with right now is the sort of moderate truncating, and sort of the middle line, where it does give you a lot of the 4E style pieces and doesn't give you basically any of the fluff. And then having that be left up to the players, being left up to the encounter, or the DMs, and being left up to the encounter and the explanation stuff. So praise be not to look up spells and such for monsters you run and have everything in the same stat block. Yes, I huge pet peeve of mine. That is just not going to be a thing. You know, and part of the rules of the world is true as well, where very few monsters use spells. They use spell-like abilities. They might use forms. They may use parts of spells, but almost nothing is going to use spells. Mice are the ones that tend to use spells more than anything else. So that is the world helping me a little bit. Are there many things that allow you to interrupt other people's turn in this game? It depends on when you're playing and what you're playing. It is relatively rare to be able to interrupt somebody's turn as a player, and you're interrupting some other player's turn or some monster's turn. That's pretty rare. However, at higher level, that becomes more common. So, you know, that's not a great answer. At low levels, very rare. At high levels, depending on what you are, it might be relatively common. It's a ton of work to future-proof it, yeah. So, BSC, one of the favorite things about 4E, to be honest, actually keeps players engaged in the game of being able to interrupt. Yeah, so here's the thing. Yes, it is true. Having abilities you can use in other people's turns does really help keeping everybody engaged at the table. However, that element from 4E it's not ported directly into All My Style. It is ported in indirectly, though. So one of the things that bothers me in a lot of other games is that it is very common when you are not taking your turn in by other games. I basically mean 5E. It's very common that you're not really needed at the table, right? You take your turn. You're probably going to roll all the dice that you're going to roll on your turn. And then with the exception of very specific builds and circumstances, or maybe a saving throw you're going to make, you pretty much don't need to be there for a lot of stuff. It's relatively, they're siloed off, right? I take my turn, I do all the stuff that I'm doing. I might not care about what the other people at the table are doing. And then when I wait for it to get back around to me, and then I take another siloed off turn. I wanted to stop that, and I had other reasons for wanting to do this as well. But I will say, especially playing in person, I want to get better at doing this online, but especially playing in person, when we're doing a battle, being able to have people very frequently roll off of their turn because you are always rolling to defend yourself keeps people engaged to keep making rolls, right? The DM is not rolling, if you're in the kitchen getting a sandwich, and the DM says, hey, does your AC, is it 17? And you're like, no, it's 16. Cool. When you get back, take 7 points of damage, right? You didn't have to be there. You literally weren't, right? But in this game, I'm not rolling. The DM isn't rolling. The DM is yelling into the kitchen, hey, man, TN 17 AC check when you get a chance. Now we have to be doing it. We have to be rolling stuff. And when we were playing in person, being able to point around the table and go, cool, my monsters, I've got 3 rats that are taking their turn, 2 shots at you, 1 shot at you, and then keep moving. Where I can just say, yeah, I need you to make me 2 TN 15 AC. I need you to make me 1 TN 15 AC, and then go to the next thing that's happening, and then check back in with the player. And the player says, yeah, it was a hit or a miss, or 1 hit, 1 miss, or I blocked it, or whatever. And then I can roll dice and then kind of come back. This sort of like back and forth keeps people in tune, keep people engaged with what's going on a lot better. So I agree with you. That element is here. It doesn't look, it's not a direct one-to-one transfer in. Mice tend to use spells, especially in the 5 minutes after the DM gets to the table. Yeah, I mean, wizards do. We often get a 15-minute turn where everyone does a thing before the monster rolls its attack, but it shows that everyone is enjoying themselves. Yeah. So Rage says, that's nice. I don't quite understand how people zone out during other people's turn, but the interrupt sounds so useful for that if it's a common issue. It's not necessarily zone out, but one of the common complaints around a lot of tables, and this is not even really 5e specific, this is sort of any strict initiative turn where you don't have a lot of things to do off of your turn. 5e is sort of it's the big kid in the room, so it's going to be the example used a lot. But the thing of, if going around the whole table takes 20 minutes, and I'm not making any checks off of my turn, the game is not keeping me engaged. The players might be keeping me engaged. The story might be keeping me engaged. What's going on here? The drama might keep me engaged. But the game isn't. The game is not contributing to me being invested in what's going on here. I think you can have both. And I think it's important that you have both. You should be invested in what's going on for the other players, for the characters, what else is going on. Yes. But I can't manufacture that in a gameplay element unless I build the characters off each other, right? The help action, the aid, the hinder, all that sort of, that will promote that style of play. But at the end of the day, if you do not mechanically have anything to do on your turn, it is very normal, very reasonable for you to say, all right, well, I don't have anything that I really need to do. Hey, let me just, somebody text me, yeah, right? Like just have a little checkout, right? And it's very reasonable. Hey, I do want to check my phone. I do want to see if anyone shot me a text. I'm going to do that right now while the game's not asking anything of me. In All My Die, obviously people are, there's still a lot of check their phones if they need to. But you're not going to feel that expectation that like, oh, I rolled all of my dice on my turn, and now if I'm not invested really heavily in what else is going on, I'm not going to be playing the game until it gets back to my turn. You're always going to be on deck for something's coming my way. I need to roll some things. I need to make a decision. I need to do these things. And that is an important part of that element. So BST says, it's part of kind of let me look this up design, which often has some turns take significantly longer than others, especially there's lots of actors in the encounters. Yeah, that's true as well. Also, the way monsters work in All Mice Die, they are when you are running a group of monsters, you are encouraged to find ways for them to take actions not during their turn, right? So you are also kind of interjecting into people's turns and interrupting some flow of stuff that's going on, especially when there's like failures and stuff, and there's triggers that happen. So called opportunities. When opportunities happen, you can do a lot of stuff. So that also plays into the let me figure this out. Now there are still moments of sort of analysis paralysis that happen. I will say that generally speaking, that's with your spellcasters in All Mice Die, but it is oftentimes lessened. BSD says, I've had people tell me about players starting a game of Commander mid-combat as they waited their turn. God, I would be upset. Me as the dungeon master, if something like that happened, I would feel as if unless this is unless everybody was on the page of this is totally okay, I would feel like I am failing my group. If people felt like they can or should check out to that degree when they're not taking their turn, when they're not playing the game, I would feel like, I need to find some way for people to be more engaged and more invested. Now, that all of that being said, one kind of weird thing that happened, and I don't know if this is a positive or a negative, right? This is in my notes in probably a dozen or 24 places from last campaign. As just something that I jotted down real quick, is like, hey, I'll take a note of this to think about later. Is there's a very specific way that people would check out from the session in All Mice Die that I don't know if it's something I want to promote or something that I don't want to promote. I don't have an answer for it, which is something crazy would happen and they would hop to the Discord and say something. They'd say a session quote, or they'd say some sort of cryptic nonsense, or they'd engage with the broader community in some way, which is them stepping away from the table a little bit, but it is them engaging with the community. So is that the same thing? Is that bad? I don't know. I don't think so. But it is still it's still potentially distracting. But I don't know. Yeah, it's an interesting line. It's an interesting thing that I always struggle with those sorts of games, especially when it's faster paced, right? In 4E does have a lot of interrupt stuff, but even still, you can have some pretty long 4th edition turns, so you can sort of check out a little bit and do some other stuff and talk in guild chat and whatever. In All My Side, you generally don't have a ton of that happening, so it is a little bit faster paced, and so it is sometimes noticeable when 2 or 3 players are joking on Discord with the rest of the community. But I don't necessarily think it's negative, because they're just engaging with the community on a different sort of axes. This kind of stuff happens a lot in any combat-forward, hard initiative game with strict per-turn actions, especially if it includes complex options such as spell, or has some sort of slow. I'm generally over-patient and hyper-vigilant in games, so I struggle with being the person who gets option paralysis on my own turn because something changed just before my turn to ruin my plan. There's different people. Sorry. So BST said the hard initiative stuff, some form of slow 1 per action resolution. I've experienced this kind of thing mostly from 3X and the family of RPG design too. Yes. So part of that is you take initiative, you resolve your turns in clusters in All Mice Die. So like there is a lot of, the 3 of us are going at the same initiative block. And being able to sort of plan by block can be a thing that happens. There is occasionally times where your turn will change based on what the monsters do. But I don't. As someone who's played a ton of 4th edition, it is not as big of a deal, except for in very high level play. And even then, it's still not as big of a deal as high level 4E play. Like the top of the curve, you're playing in a whole group of icons. You're functionally at like high heroic. Your level 7 to level 10 4th edition characters is about what the game caps out at, as far as complexity and like how much stuff I do in my turn. So I'm going to scroll back up because somebody said something I read as something else. I'm generally overpatient, hyper-vigilant, there's rage in games, so I struggle more with being the person who gets option paralysis on my own turn because something changed just before to ruin my plan. Yeah, so that's what I was saying, is like that still does happen a little bit here, but I think it's less of a big deal. Node says, personally, I feel like the I'm a pop to the Discord to say some cryptic nonsense to the community is an acceptable amount of zone out. Yeah, so like I noted it several times, but I never asked people to stop, right? So for me, that was one of the signs being like, well, this isn't all bad because it's not annoying me and I'm not getting people to stop doing it. So, it can't be the worst if it's not a big enough deal for me to say, hey guys, cut this out. But it was a note thing. It was a thing of like, this is interesting, especially in the sessions quote channel. It was created to be as contextless as possible. Yeah, that's fun. BSC says, surprisingly, even in AD&D where players have more than one character, they were still engaged because action resolution tends to happen relatively fast despite all the jank design. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how common this was in AD&D. I think that when I learned AD&D, I learned it from someone who played like OD&D, who played the first edition. And as combat was explained to me by them, their explanation of combat was you, as the group, you tell the person who is in charge, not the DM, right? You tell the player who's in charge of resolving combat what you're doing on your turn. And the group decides as a unit how this works, and then you hit play. Right? You once you submit your action, you can't change. You can't change your mind to something new happen. Whatever. It was just like, yeah, no, that's what I'm doing. Bam, let's send it. And that has positives and negatives. But as far as like resolution, it was always snappy. Corinne, I definitely popped into the Discord at least once, and it was very much more, oh my god, we just did something cool, but we can't tell you. But oh my god, it's big. Please share our insanity. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? It's as Corinne said, it's kind of the. It is one of those things where you aren't actually checking out from the game. So I had a video, a little bit ago talking about digital tools and about why some people have a problem with them. And I very much believe that the people who have a problem with digital tools, the reason they have a problem with it is that people are using it as a way to check out from the game. In this instance, they're not checking out from the game. They're just engaging on a different axis. So I don't actually think it's a problem, but it is one of those things that I'm sort of flagged as, hey, let's see if anyone else is bothered by this, because, maybe it's potentially something. Node says, my favorite set of session quotes is still, I began the session with 1 hit point in a dream, followed by, and you left with neither. Yes, that was a great. I didn't EMP the Squirrel Embassy, is what Ferdinand says, was a Dr. Seuss moment as much as it was an oh fuck. Yeah. There's some great, just out of context one-liners in there. And then, there was also some moments where, out of session stuff in the Discord prompted a ton of discussion, right? Everybody gets back from the tombs the first time and there's a flurry of 5 people all crafting silver gear. And that causes a cascade of stuff in the Discord, which is all fun. BSC says, sounds a bit different from my experience, but raw initiative AD&D2 does work in blocks. Each side acts at the same time, very much like a war game. Yeah, it's one of those things that, I know the game that we played when I first started playing, the very beginning, there's a lot of things in that game that I remember that don't line up with actual, AD&D. We were playing a very heavily house ruled. We were playing the DM sort of read the book and had something explained to them once and then just sort of made up their own nonsense, which is how basically I feel like the vast majority of people play anyways. I'm going to turn on the owls again. Yeah. And, I was telling somebody else in another OSR server, hey, back to the question, what is OSR? In an OSR server, that for me, when I say that All My Sty is OSR inspired, what I mean is that I'm trying to capture this sensation that I had when I had my first high level character in second edition, in AD&D. And that sensation was that I was made of paper, right? I remember we had a 16-hour weekend session at one point where we were playing our very heavily modified AD&D game, which the DM had basically made his own whole system on. And we lost I lost 3 characters in that 16-hour game. But when I had someone that ended up surviving everything, ended up actually making it out the other end, there was this turning point, and I felt like I could do anything, right? I had out-leveled all of the threats, and the DM sort of stopped trying to threaten me directly, which was very cool, right? I didn't have combats really where you could just walk up and stab me and I would die. I was beyond that concern. But I had I had a village that I cared about. I had summons that had their own motivations. I had all these other things, all these other axes to threaten. And that stuck with me really hard. And I've always wanted to recapture that sensation of oh man, we're flimsy, we're hanging on to dear life, but But if we can make it, right? If our star rises, if we can break through, it's kind of almost like being a YouTuber to a certain degree, right? Like everybody here is toiling in obscurity with 50 viewers, right? But everyone has that dream of one of their videos going viral, and then they explode into stardom, and then they can now have a different set of problems, right? They can have problems with sponsors. They can have problems with getting canceled. They can have problems with parasocial people online that the little people don't have to worry about, right? But instead of it being one video that goes viral and then people being able to capitalize on it, it's, one adventure gets you wealthy beyond your wildest dreams. You get 5 levels worth of experience, and now you have to see if you can do something with it. And yeah, like I've always wanted to do that again, and that's a lot of the mentality in all my sty is based off of that idea. Yeah, BST says AD&D sort of needs editing because it's full of jank. True, it is. Someone says, Rage says, I have played DCC RPG a little bit, and I feel like I've partially experienced the paper character concept. Yeah. Whoa. Boss man. What is the struggle? Yeah. No need for all this chaos. You are fine. Yeah, I mean, DCC is... DCC... It's funny for me because there are certain people... Everybody thinks OSR means something different. Certain people that are very much like, oh yeah, DCC is OSR because you're made of paper, and the sort of... A lot of things that people know of DCC RPG is... the death funnel, right? The funnel where you have 4 characters that are level 0 people, and whoever survives becomes your character. There's definitely some fun in that, but there's also the just sort of randomness and the gonzo silliness in DCC that I've always felt was so antithetical to the mindset that I played when I played AD&D. When I was younger and we played, we never... We played with some people that had the sort of like, everybody has their spot in the hot seat where they roll bad and they lose their character and everybody makes fun of them and they feel bad. But those are the people that we didn't want to play with. Like, that was a constant thing in our game, that like when you lost a character and it was someone that you cared about, like people would get pissed, and like my friend Tom would get really mad because he lost a character he really cared about. And I remember that, and nobody told him that he was a garbage person, right? And nobody was like, man, get over it. It's just a game. Like, yeah, it sucked. Like, it took him a little while to sort of get over it and go back to doing things, because, yeah, it felt bad, and people felt bad about that part of it. And playing in those systems where, Dungeon Crawl Classics, where like sometimes you're experienced, you're a wizard and you roll your fire spell, but you rolled, every spell has like an entire page worth of random tables, or multiple pages worth of random tables that happens when you cast, and you rolled that your hands turned into chickens. Like, is it funny? Maybe. But I have a really hard time living that arc of, we're in a survival horror game that we're trying to find a way to turn it into heroes, right? We're trying to survive until we have the power to do stuff. And we're trying to make as big of an impact on what we can right now before we get there as possible. And DCC just never checked that box for me. I've tried it several times, and I've even gone into it being like, no, I'm just going to play this sort of like a Mad Lib session gone wild, and I've never enjoyed it. So, yeah, and this isn't a knock on anyone that plays. Although I will say it's funny that DCC RPG is going to start meaning, for some people, Dungeon Crawler Carl RPG instead of Dungeon Crawl Classic. That'll be an interesting conversation. Yeah, I do think, yeah. DCC, I think, is potentially best played in one-shots, but I don't... yeah. It's not for me. And that's fine. I will say what my wife has told me to say for many years. Rather than complain about a thing that is popular, is just to say, I am not the target audience. I hope I managed to get the proper feeling with trying All My Style in. Yeah. I will say, Rage, it's all about expectations to a certain degree, right? It is, if you go in with the idea of we're trying to find the character that plays We Lucky Few, right? Where you're gonna get some stuff, and even if you die, there is gonna be potential for something that stays around. That your real, this is one of the things I said to somebody else not too long ago, is your actual character, what you play in All My Style, can't die. Like you are immortal. The player character's perspective is immortal. The bloodline that you are representing in the Age of the Oak, or the noble family that you represent in Campaign 5 when you're playing as the Mice of Stone and Steel, that you can never run out of mice. You can never actually die. You can lose characters, you can lose parts of things, but in a way that's more like having a character who failed at certain missions, right? Losing one of your characters in All My Style is the equivalent of failing to save your sister NPC in D&D, right? You lost your sister in game. It's the same like narrative impact on your ability to play as, you losing one of your characters. If you can't lose all. There's always more mice. So even if you go through an entire roster of characters, the way that the game functions is when you first start playing, you roll up 5 characters. 3 of those characters become adventurers. 2 of those characters become retainers. Whenever you go on adventure, one of the default rules is you need to have 3 characters ready to play and able to adventure. And if you're below that threshold, you then roll up 2 more. 1 becomes a retainer, 1 becomes an adventurer. So you go on an adventure. Let's say you lose one of your mice. You play your backup mouse. You come to the next session. At the end of that session, you are now down to 2 adventuring mice. If you lost one of your originals, roll up another mouse. So the next time you go to sit in a session, you've got 3 again, right? And you're slowly building up this retinue of retainers, these other characters that can sort of be hangers-on. Some of which will get a lot of use and some of which will get no use, which is fine. But you can never truly run out of mice. Some people so Rage asks, do people name the head of house? Some people do, some people do not. It is entirely up to you. I must remember to record my glorious demise. Yes. I hope not all the good house mottos have been taken before I call mine too. What's funny is I genuinely don't think there will be a conflict even if people have the same motto. There were a couple of mottos in session that ended up feeling very similar. That they sounded very similar, but they ended up being very different because of just people having different interpretations. Node says the head of my house was just High Lord Steel. I don't think I ever had a name. I don't think Giles's house had a name. If I keep losing characters, I can have hundreds of retainers. Yeah, you can. And if your house, here's the thing, right? Is your gameplay will change a little bit. If you end up having tons and tons of retainers, well, maybe you are then incentivized to, when you do get influence with your house, right? You do have characters that survive. Every time you get a level in the game, your house gains influence. If that's level 1 to 2, or if that's level 9 to 10, you still get 1 influence. And you can use influence to get stuff. And one of the things you can get is better retainers. And so if you just have tons of retainers, you might look at that and go, oh, well, I might be incentivized to make my retainers better, to make my retainers useful for something, and be able to loan them out to other houses. That's what Ferdinand did. Ferdinand had some retainers that he would loan out to other houses, because I think his retainers had like dungeoneering and occultism or something, and you can do that as well. My HOH was Mordecai. Head of house, Mordecai Briarwind. Yeah, he even had an appointed heir. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The how your noble family works, how your head of house works, is your backstory for like a standard game, right? You're playing in a normal D&D game, and you're going to play one character for the whole campaign. What is your backstory and kind of how that all plays together? That's how your house functions, and sometimes that can be very relevant to how you play. Sometimes it won't be relevant at all, right? I never remember what Giles's house, House Lamont, which is Giles's house, was explicitly people who were sort of like the Space Marines from, what are they called? Not Warhammer, from StarCraft. The Marines in StarCraft, many of them are explicitly criminals serving their time in their armor. And that was a lot of House Lamont. House Lamont, some of them were peacekeepers, and some of them were criminals that were serving their time by going and adventuring for this house. And that colored a lot of his characters. That's also fine. It is very much opt-in as much as you want. What games or other things have been most influential for designing how buildings built with influence function? Ooh, that's a long answer. But the short version of that answer is, the Penal Colony House, Rage. That was House Lamont. The short answer for what sort of things have influenced that is a bunch of different things. A bunch of RTS games, a bunch of me looking at design space of where me going, if this was a 3.5 game, I would make a feat that does blank. And I go, no, that's not going to be a feat. That's going to be an influence building. Or in Age of the Oak, that's going to be a bloodline trait, right? That's the design space that it occupies, is that. And it also has a little bit of like bastion building. I don't like the Bastion building from 5th edition, like the standard one. Strongholds and Followers had some pretty cool ideas, so some of those get taken. So the MCDM Strongholds and Followers book had some stuff I took from it. There's another game called Trespasser, which if you're looking for just a cool game to do and you like 4th edition D&D, what they had going on, you've not checked out Trespasser, highly recommend. Highly recommend. The guy that made it is a pretty cool dude. He's absolutely insane for designing his book in, like, Word. Like, he did all of his layout for his entire book in Word, which is, okay. It's not a choice I would have made, but it looks cool, so I'm not, you can't argue with the results, I guess. Corinne says, need to head out, but great discussions. Super excited for next campaign. Me too. Yeah, Trespasser. I don't know if it costs anything right now. For a long time, Trespasser was on itch as a pay what you want. And I don't know if it's still that way, but it's a cool game. It is taken a lot of the same design philosophies that I have and gone a different route with them. And so I sometimes will look at this and I treat it kind of like putting like AD&D and Dragonbane side by side and going, all right, these are two people that started from some of the same premises and they branched off doing different stuff. What did they actually get to? And it is a fun way to think about it. Yeah. Why don't you relax, sir? Telling my son to relax, but even though he's had some moments, he's actually genuinely been pretty chill since Dad has been. Oh, good burp. Dad has been streaming for a very long time. So the plan is to try to wrap things up at 6, but might wrap things up slightly early if we sort of don't have much back and forth. discussion happening. But if anyone has stuff that they want to mention, what they talk about, happy to keep the game, keep hanging out, keep doing stuff. Going, yeah, buddy. Yeah. Has Dad not been playing with you? Is it the rudest thing that has ever happened in your whole little life? I think that might be the way. Also, another random thing. I don't know how this guy's name is supposed to be said, but like Ryan L. Mel DM. I might end my stream by sending you guys over that way if I can figure out how to do it, because he has a very cool thing that he's doing right now with like sort of random stuff that he's building together, and if the idea of the campaign is something that, like West Marsh's campaign, is something you like, you might be able to enjoy it. So Rage says, any particular reason you ended up with Oak as the upcoming age name? Yes. So the campaign setting book, which will be kind of break everything down, is broken up into 3 ages, the 3 modern ages, which are sets of 7 years. And the way that it is divided up explains if you want to play different types of games, you can set them in different years to promote that style of play, right? So if you want to have, like if you wanted to do the Dice Mice version or the All Mice Die version of Eberron, you would want to set that as a year 6 game in the Age of the Clockmakers. So this is sort of giving you this timeline of constantly changing stuff to be able to do it that way. And so the story of the game, the story of the world, the first age of the current block of ages is the Age of the Oak, from the perspective of the mice. The third age is the Age of the Clockmakers, and the third age is the Age of Stone and Steel. And for the people that played in Campaign 5, who played in the Age of Stone and Steel, they could kind of tell how old someone was that talked to them, or how old something was when they were dealing with something, by being able to place it within that hierarchy. So, they knew all the way back in Campaign 3 that's what that age was called. But nobody knew why. Nobody knew why is it called the Age of the Oak. And you will learn. So there is a video that I'm making, and I've got someone who's voice acting a section for the sort of trailer for the Age of the Oak that will explain in the trailer why this is called the Age of the Oak. Why did they call it the Age of the Oak in the future when you've played? What is the reasoning behind it? So that will be answered before the campaign starts, but not right now. And the if you haven't seen the video where I talk about time, the sort of meta answer for things, right, is because there's these constant resets for society. Basically, depending on how long magic has been dead, and how many iterations of new magic you've gotten in an age, that sort of determines the sort of ceiling to how complex your society can get, right? If you go to build to the basic things in the tech tree, and then your entire society is destroyed, and then you do that again and your society is destroyed again, you can't ever get far because you're constantly rebuilding. But if you get kind of far up and then you get knocked down a little, and you knock down and get out, and you kind of have this shaky trajectory upwards, then when you're playing at the end of an age, which is where magic has only died for a few months several times in a row, then you'll have basically the highest level of complexity that you're going to get, and then the age will end. There will be a gap that spans between one age and the next of many years where magic does not come back. So there are no mice that survive the end of an age and the beginning of a new age. That is, from the mice perspective, that is what they mean when they say it is a new age. it is because when magic turns off, when magic turns back on again, there's no mouse that is alive that remembers magic. They're starting at year 0 again. So BSD says, I'm guessing the mice will be living at the bottom of the big oak tree, being vassals of the squirrel lords who live at the top. Eh, we'll have to see. Find out next time. I have done that for a long time. The next time on Dungeons and Dragons. Or last time. Last time we met our heroes on Dungeons and Dragons. For a while there, I was doing the thing like, last time in Dragon Ball Z on Namek. Ah! Next time. Ah! Yeah. Rage. So I think I watched it a while ago. I was curious if it would be very metagamey to try to find and sturdy materials for inscribing something on which is semi-understandable without language. Yes, there are definitely people that try to do that. And it's definitely going to be something that people think about at the end of an age more than anything else. Because the in-world, the characters are aware when an age ends. Ages last for a predictable amount of time. The gap between ages is not as predictable. But sorry for getting some feedback on my mic. But it's the garage door opening and closing below me. But when it comes to like in-world stuff, they know that the age has come to an end. They know that this will be the winter that will be the long winter. And those tend to be the people that are like, yeah, we've got all this stuff going on. We want to make sure something remains in the future, and people try to do that. And then it's sort of what you have, right? Do you paint it? And then how much of that paint survives, right? If you don't tend to live for more than a few years, having stuff that survives for really long periods of time ends up being a craft, ends up being a profession, ends up being a skilled thing that doesn't get developed, right? If you're used to the fact that everything you make needs to last for maybe 8 months, building something that is functionally going to work after 20 years just isn't part of the equation. It's not efficient for what you're doing unless you happen to have a reason that is going to be something that works. There aren't that many things that do that just natively. So yeah. And yes, struggling in the writing. Also, if people are not aware of this beautiful person that is one of the people in real life who is an NPC, there's a guy named Irving Finkel, who is the only man alive who is fluent in cuneiform and in Sumerian. And if you think in your head, take a moment, close your eyes, and imagine we're the only living person on this planet who knows how to write cuneiform and ancient Sumerian and can explain it to you. If you think about what that person looks like and you go and you Google search what this man looks like, you're probably going to see your mental image of this guy as your Google answer, because he looks exactly like you would expect that person to look, and he's very fun to listen to. As a random language aside note. I was thinking about making a book with images since the language would be borked. Yeah, but the images have their own thing, right? Their own meanings. Written word for mice is less and being less long lived. Understanding that erosion is a thing, and even that it existed, would be advanced knowledge. Yeah. No, I mean, so you said Rage. You said, oh, I meant corrosion, but erosion is also a thing, right? Like the default campaign setting takes place in a pretty steep valley. It takes place in a sort of a ravine with a little creek going through it, and there is a lot of erosion that happens over the course of several floods that'll change where stuff is. that would not be that'd be something that as people, it'd be very easy to like look at pictures and be like, oh yeah, the creek is slightly over here now, and this bank is now in a different place or whatever. But for the mice, it's like their whole world got rearranged if something happens like that. And that would be something that they would not be familiar with. And yeah. So people that have seen him before or looked him up, yeah, he's a real life trope, but in a good way. Note says, even falling trees would be seen as a cataclysmic event. Imagine old maps being unreadable because a tree fell over in a storm between ages and years. Yeah, and that's one of the things, right? The mice version of what is permanent is different when it comes to like in a year versus something else. Think about us as humans, right? If you think of a building, like a house, you might think that house is pretty permanent. Well, the house is pretty permanent because it can be maintained over time. You know, my house, I moved into it like 8-9 years ago, and it's still in good shape. But because we maintain it, we live in it, we're actively here. If we turned off all the utilities and nobody touched the house for those 9 years, and we open the door and try to come back in, it's going to probably be unlivable, right? It's going to not function. But we consider the house to be sort of permanent. But for them, because their lifespan is so short, permanent means it lasts the whole season. And so they're going to have a different perspective on how long things last. And he's the assistant keeper of ancient Mesopotamian script. Yeah. Again, it's just all of the memes. It's beautiful. Done with Tom Scott. I feel like Tom Scott is the dude, the YouTuber that did a bunch of things where we travel all over and made like a travel blog, and then he stopped for a little while and then he came back. That might be Tom Scott. The ones that I'm thinking of is, and I'm bad with names, but he's done a couple of videos with History Hit, who are pretty excellent things. Would you mind taking a Beebs for like 15 minutes so we finish off the stream? Thank you, love.
What's that, Mom?
This is a baby.
That is a baby. Hey, Brahman, you want to come say hi to peoples? No? Okay. Carry on. Rage says, I saw someone taking pictures of the same room of a house in Chernobyl with some years apart. Interesting how fast it deteriorates. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, is like, even we have sort of an idea of permanency that is a little off. The gods determined the world should change, and the houses needed to learn a lesson of the adaptability and constitution. So the houses called their members together to contemplate these lessons. Tom Scott of the wearing the same red shirt in every video fame. Yeah. White hair, British guy. Yeah. That is who I thought you were thinking. The ones that I've seen of him have been from History Hit. And History Hit has another character in it who is hilarious. Hilarious from the perspective of someone who likes to watch history videos. His name is Roll, and I don't know how to say his last name. His last name is Insanity, but his whole meme is, we need to build more ditches. Why are there not more ditches in all of our movies and all of our battlefields? Just step 1, build a ditch. Step 2, build better ditch. So if you haven't seen his sort of stuff, he's got some pretty good stuff as well that are fun to think about. And it's, relating this a little bit back to All Mice Die, it's been fun talking with artists about the sort of level of caricature things can be, and actually make sense. Because for a lot of people, they will care about, and I don't think this is a negative, they'll care about whether a thing feels accurate. And some people, rightfully so, for certain, I'm not saying it bothers me, but I understand why it bothers other people. If they see a weapon and it is very anachronistic to how that weapon looks or how that weapon works, right? They see guts, right? For the main character of Berserk with his sword, and they're like, come on, like that's not a thing. That just is very goofy. Or they see, I have a personal pet peeve associated with size. The way that size get used in media are anachronistic to how size are actually used as weapons. as someone who has got several pairs of very well-used size, used to teach size. So as someone who's got size, I understand, right? Because the way you use this weapon can be very cool and can look really cool on screen. And so when people get frustrated that whatever it is their thing, their guns or swords or size, whatever it is, and they see it and they don't like it, it can be annoying because people go, well, yeah, the gun doesn't work like that, but it looks cooler if it does work like that. Or the sword doesn't work like that, but it looks cool if it does. I've had a lot of fun with the fact that when I talk to the artists and we explain, hey, here's how the weapons need to look for them to function at small scale. They need to look like anime weapons, right? They need to be outsized in order for them to have the heft. Because when you shrink down, the square cube law is working against you for small creatures. They need to have anime looking weapons in order for that weapon to actually function as a weapon. In some instances, some like piercing weapons you might be able to get away with, but like that it's like, oh, so we can have the sort of cool artistic thing and the thing that actually is realistic together, and that is very interesting. I have a lot of fun with that. Yeah, the weights of things are way off. The way that things function, the way that they use things tends to be just kind of goofy. Like I said, everyone has their pet peeve. Mine is size. The idea, right? The idea that on this thing, that this is a blade is goofy. The idea that you would stab somebody with this is silly. That is not what this thing is designed for. It's not how you use it. And it's not... In addition to that, it looks cool. If you see someone fight somebody else with a sai using it correctly, it looks very interesting, right? So, I would understand the, people who use a spear. If you're a good spear fighter, it looks kind of boring, to put it bluntly, to watch someone who is a good spear fighter fend off somebody with a spear. It's not as dramatic and action-packed because it's just useful to keep someone away from you, and you're going to be, circling around people and keeping your distance, and it just doesn't look very dramatic. So when they make spear fighting more dramatic and crazy, I can understand that. But sai fighting, they just make them like short swords for some reason, and the way they fight with them looks okay, but the way that you fight with the sai normally looks even better. So it's just so the sai is traditionally it's a sword breaker, but it's also a blocking mechanism, right? So impromptu lesson on sai, the way the guard position is held like this, and you hold it against your arm. So again, if this is a blade position, your ready position, you're holding a sharp object against your flesh that is not going to work well for you, because you're not traditionally armored when you're wearing sais, and you're presenting this as a blocking surface, right? So you have this is facing outward to be able to catch stuff, and then the ideal thing that you want to do is you have your sais. You're going to have one in your position that you're going to hold it, and you're going to put your thumb here, and you're going to catch something, and you're going to lock it between the two tines of a sai, right? And once it's caught, you can pull it into yourself, and you have now leverage on your side. So you can turn, you can twist whatever it is, because it's now caught between my tines. I have control of it because it's closer to my body, and I can twist it out of your hands. Or I can take it and slide it along the length and hit where the hilt guard is. Or the reason that this distance is the way that it is, the reason this is what it is, it's designed that if you look at any katana, or you look at a traditional Japanese sword, you'll see... Do I have a sword up here? Probably do. Yeah. How do you know if someone is keeping swords for fun versus training with a sword? Look how shitty their sword looks. This is my training blade. So you can see it's just like the little bottom piece has fallen off. There's just like the packing foam. It's just torn up. My handle guard is just sweaty and gross. But if you look, I don't know where my camera is for this. Let me see. If you look, the way that this is, if you're catching this blade, you're going to try to snap it, right, with the sword breaker. But the other thing is, if you look right here, you'll have this loop. So if you look on my sai, it is not hard to tell why this piece is this size, right? Because it's designed to stop here. It's designed to get caught on the guard. Because at the end of the day, the weapon is designed to be an enforcement tool for people who are not allowed to wield swords. And it is designed to be an enforcement tool that allows them to enforce laws on someone who does have a sword. So it needs to be a functional tool against someone with a sword. And the design of the object is like that. And these little tines, while they are pointed, they are not sharp. And the way that they are designed, they're designed to get caught on stuff. Because if you're wearing sort of traditional garb, you're wearing a robe, and you go to push into someone and you have control over this thing, either here and you're pressing down, or you've got it held here, and now I can drop all of my weight right onto this tine. If I can catch this on your shirt sleeve or on your coat, or if I can move into your body and I can get this on the front of your shirt or on your belt, anything like that, I have a point of contact that I can then put close to my body and put all of my weight into drawing you down, right? I'm not trying to stab you with this. I'm just trying to pull you down. I'm trying to get control over the situation. I'm trying to get control over your body. So you can make it look really cool, but it is not typically done well. Sorry, this is my again, like I said, different people have very strong opinions and pet peeves. This is one of mine. Look it up. Rage, as inherited by Gygaxian Victorian understanding of how medieval times work. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's been done very weird. I mean, considering they were just some people in the Midwest in the 70s who made stuff up, it's not surprising how off they were. Honestly, it's pretty surprising how some stuff is actually close to being correct. Like, some stuff is really far off, and some stuff is surprisingly accurate given the inefficiency of stuff that they were working with. Yeah, and so it's the idea of efficiency isn't movie friendly. It's not, but there's a lot of really cool things that can be done where you're able to just like control people with this thing where it'll look really well choreographed. And some of the people that do fight with sais, if you go and you watch sort of realistic fighting techniques, the fact that like someone goes to draw a blade and then they're already inside your guard and pulling you down, it does look pretty cool. It's something you could actually build for. Just wide enough to fit the blade, but not enough to let the suit in. Yes, exactly. There are many pet peeves, but this one is mine. Oh, nice die, sword lessons. Yes. All right, everybody. Well, it is 6 o'clock. My wife is home. We must go and figure out what sustenance will be ours. Thank you very much for joining me for the stream. Thank you for all of those that backed in the campaign. And I cannot tell you how much I look forward to running games for everybody soon. If you have not yet joined, I will put a link to the Discord. So for the people that are in the Discord or that are in the old Discord, please be aware that the Discord we are going to be using for the quick start is going to be the new Discord. So please join the new Discord, the one that we used for campaign 5. I'm not shutting it down, but I am going to archive a bunch of stuff. I am going to sort of sunset its use over the course of the rest of the summer, and I'm going to be aiming people into the new one. So if you've not yet joined the new All My Style one, that is where people are going to go. That's where people are going to be. And I will start sort of aiming people at that more coming up. And this upcoming weekend, I've got a stream with my daughter where if you want to see how do you make points of interest, how do you make dungeons, if I'm going to make, even if you don't care about All My Style, if you want to make on a hex crawl, you want to make a point crawl, how do I make an interesting location from some random tables? I'm going to be doing that with my 7-year-old, right? So I feel if me and my 7-year-old can make some pretty cool stuff to put in our world, you should be able to do that too. So you can tune into that. Well, it'll be Saturday. You can sort of see the alert on the channel. You can have it sort of notify you when we go live. And that's there. And then also at the end of this weekend, after I get all the stuff in my family sorted, after my daughter goes off to camp and we get everything wrapped up from all the nonsense that's been happening in my life lately, I should be able to send out the first wave of invites to the Kickstarter, or sorry, not to the Kickstarter, to the Quick Start campaigns that I want to run for signups for when I'm going to be running stuff, and you'll be able to see the format I use for having people sign up for games. And at the end of this weekend, you will also get a text-only PDF of the adventure for all the people that back the campaign. So anyone can join. Yep, anyone can join this Discord. So take it easy, guys. Thank you very much for joining. Look forward to seeing you all here.